Alrighty. Hello, hello. Welcome on in. I'm just making sure everything's up and working. Okay, yes, everything is perfect. I think we're good. I think we're good. And I'll let all the raccoons know. I'm like pretty sure I'm supposed to be streaming tonight. Like mostly sure. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, I get to go to bed early. That's not bad. Alrighty. Let's go ahead now. This is an old one, so let's go ahead and get rid of this. Hi, Lambda. It's good to see you. Welcome on in. Oh yeah, see, it's still showing as 0 viewers for me. Isn't that so funny? So yeah, even people who are in the chat, who are interacting in the chat, still shows as 0 viewers for a little bit. Hi, Deshead. I think I messaged the people who were the first in the queue in the thing. It was only a few minutes before stream start, so it's okay. They haven't had time to respond yet. But I think it's those 3. I think Deshead is after that. You finally have a free evening? Oh, that's awesome. Hi, Chatty Maddie. Hello. Hi, Hidden Hearts. Good to see you. How's everybody doing? I'm feeling sleepy. I was just saying when before anyone came in, I'm like, ooh, I'm feeling sleepy. So let's see. You're having a day. I'm sorry about that, Chatty Maddie. You'll be in and out? That's all good. Don't you guys worry. This is supposed to be more stress-free for hanging out. I don't want anyone to be worried about having to like be here and like watching 24/7 for the stream. That's too much pressure. That's too much pressure for you and for me. But yeah, Heidenheart, how's your streaming stuff going? I know you were messing with your model. You were doing all that stuff. How's all that going? I will be available this evening though, which is nice. You're here even when you're not? Hi, Superstar. Welcome on in. How are we all doing tonight? So I did, for my little to-do list of for Archie Archives for Zoe, the archivist, I only did one of them. I gave them the image they needed. I need to think about... Here, I'll write this. Need to complete my to-do list for Zoe. Does anyone else have to write in their to-do list that they have to do their to-do list? Is that just me? Am I the only failure here? Just the drama from the end of last stream on my end got worse today, so I'm sorry to hear that. That's always really, really rough. But let's see. So one of the things is the physical description. Cryptid and roots. This does not need to be underlined. Wait, where is it? This. Yeah. You might have to start making a to-do list, honestly. I know I don't get all of my stuff done in time for streaming stuff, because it is kind of the bottom of the list. It's kind of the bottom of the stuff to do for the business. But oh my goodness, I wouldn't get anything done ever for anything business-wise or real life-wise unless I do the to-do list. It's the only way. It's a lit. And then I actually feel a lot better about it because I was using up it was really hard. I was getting fancy stationery, but I never used it. And now I treat myself and I actually use my fancy stationery, and I don't feel guilty about it because I'll keep all the finished to-do list, and then I'll actually put them in the compost bin, and then I'm like, yay, my little compost bin gets fancy stationery. Oh, Des said you've been having a rough week too? Oh my goodness, everyone's been having a rough time. I hope it gets better for everybody. Maybe there's something going on with the star signs or something in retrograde that's causing everyone to have bad weeks. Oh my goodness. It's crazy. I definitely feel it's like a trend. Like if I don't know, there'll be like individual cases where it's not, but overall it's kind of like, oh, like I'll hear from one person, oh, I've had a bad day, and then like 20 other raccoons are like, oh yeah, this the same day, it was really shitty for me too. Other raccoons are like, oh, this was the greatest day ever, and then all the other raccoons are like, yeah, it was such a good day, it was a great day. It's so funny kind of seeing how it happens in waves. Not really funny, but it's interesting. It's definitely interesting. But yes, let me see my current submissions. Yeah, the first three are Maximum Sharpie, Lord Sanctify, and Eli Illustrates. So if any of those three are here, speak now soon, because I want to be able to get you guys read. You guys are at the front of the queue. I don't want to keep you guys waiting for too long. That wouldn't be fun. And then yeah, after that, I believe it's actually Death's Head. Stars be cursing us right now. Oh, but you hit a 7-stream streak? Oh my goodness. And then Channy Maddie's showing off over here with a 55-stream streak. That's crazy. I still can't believe you've actually been streaming that much. In my head, I'm like, no, I'm still a baby. I'm still a baby. Let's see. Hi, What? It's good to see you. Milu has 100 on yours? Yeah, it must be because you're pretty cool. That's why you're pretty cool. That's why people watch you over 100 times. See, and then Death's Head. Death's Head, I know you said maybe you wouldn't be free until later. Would you be free now for your story time or not till later? But hi, how are you doing, What? We were just chatting. Some people have been having rough weeks. It's just because I got a booba model. That's it. 40 stream streak. Oh my goodness, What? Thank you. You're skulking over there? You're lurking? Live, laugh, lurk? 3 stream streak. Oh my goodness, thank you for hanging out. You're free all evening? Would you like to have your story read now?
I had a dream, which was not all a dream. The bright sun was extinguished, and the stars did wander darkling in the eternal space, rayless and pathless, and the icy earth swung blind and blackening in the moonless air. Morn came and went, and came, and brought no day, and men forgot their passions in the dread of this their desolation, and all hearts were chilled into a selfish prayer for light.
That was a lot, baby raccoon. I didn't even see that message in the chat. I didn't even see that one. Normally I can see it in the chat too, so I can read it and hear it. That's so funny. I wonder if something got updated, so now I can't read it. Make big booby model. Yep. Elf with a pet raccoon. No, you gotta get your own thing. Hello. Welcome on in, Raiders. Let's see. Let me type it in case they had stuck an ad. There we go. Welcome, Raiders. Hello. Hi, Zoe. Oh my, you came in at the same time that the Raiders did. You're gonna have to have Archie run away. Hello. Welcome on in, everybody. How are we all doing tonight? Did you guys have a fun stream? We were just figuring out who was gonna go first for us over here. I believe it's gonna be Death's Head. You didn't have a voice-to-text thing set up? Okay. Oh. Like a different thingy? A raccoon with a pet elf? You had a writing stream? Was it productive? Did you get a lot of work done? Did you get a lot of words done? A lot of words out of your brain onto the paper? Oh, the 50 cents. Oh, maybe that's what. So we've only maybe tested the bits once. That's what it's like with the 50 cents one. Oh. Gonna read and run? Oh, good. Have a wonderful night, Vogbog. 5,000 words. That's incredible. Thank you. Have a good night. So, alright, let's see. So this is Death's Head. It is the werewolf story. That's exciting. I really wanted to keep working with that one. So I'll go ahead and get it set up for all of us raccoons here. For everyone new who's just joining, sorry for the little bit of a flashbang. But yeah, we actually are going to continue reading from the user Death's Head in here.
Do you know that you can pay 50 cents and you can skip the line and just do whatever? That's what I've been doing.
Yeah, you just skipped the line, baby raccoon? That's crazy. Oh, only 1.5 thousand. Hey, whatever words happen, listen, it's all good words. How'd you go from 5k words to 1.5k? That's such a difference, though. It's still a good amount. I don't want to, like, make fun of it. It's such a good amount of words done. Oh, you highlighted where I left off. Perfect, perfect. I'm just getting the screen situated. Because we got a... Baby Raccoon's got a big thing of sweet iced tea now. Oh my goodness. Is that a little bit better? Baby Raccoon, you gotta get this iced tea under control. Do you want a car dealership? Wait, where did that come from? So let's see, you highlighted where I left off. But for everyone here just joining us, so this one's been a resubmitter, so we've gone a little bit of the way through this. This one is a werewolf story. The main characters are a younger kid and his grandfather and their group. They've come to a castle. Castle has a new lord in charge of it, and the lord's saying like, hey, I'll pay you a bunch of money if you start getting rid of the werewolves in the forest. But all the townspeople are really hesitant. They don't like the werewolf hunters, and everyone's like, why would they not like the werewolf hunters? That makes no sense. Why would they want the werewolves here? So the town's very much against. Oh. Baby Raccoon can drink as much sweet tea as it wants. Baby Raccoon, you're gonna explode. The sweet iced tea, it's bigger than you are. You'll explode. I could post a link to the doc in chat if that's allowed. Might let people look closer. That's fine with me. You can go ahead and do that. Thank you for asking. For Narnia. Time to continue to earn more points. That's right. Points. Hello. Welcome on in. So let's see. So yeah, there was the struggle. They went on the werewolf hunt. They went on the expedition at night to go start hunting the werewolves. And the main character got separated from the group, and the werewolves could have killed him, but they did not. They actually left him alone. They let him live. And so the grandfather knight called off the hunt and was like, nope, we're going back. We're not hunting werewolves anymore tonight, because like that almost went really bad. And the other female character's talking with the two servants in the castle, and she's like, hey, is this place fucking haunted? What's the down low with this place? Give me the deets. Are we gonna die here? And the other two are kind of like, listen, get your coin, get whatever money you can, and then get the fuck out. And she's like, okay, word. Baby Raccoon will absorb the sweet tea and become the biggest raccoon in the world? All to become Mega Baby Raccoon. You don't need to become a Mega Judge. You'll be taller than me, and you're just a baby. That's not allowed. Okay, you can grow bigger. You just can't grow bigger than me. There's gonna be a height limit here. Okay. Okay, I think we reached an understanding. Baby Raccoon can get bigger. She's not bigger than me. That's all. Otherwise, drastic measures will have to be taken. I refuse to have to physically look up to Baby Raccoon where they're not on top of something. They can be on top of the fridge or the world's largest sweet tea. That's fine. But if they're actually by themselves bigger than me, I'll be like, what the fuck? So yeah, for any new raccoons here that are joining us, I read this a little bit, and then I'll give little comments, like little fixes here or there. But basically, after reading for a bit, I'll then give 1 or 2 critiques for the section that we've read so far. You guys in chat are also allowed to give feedback and critique. The only rule is, again, you guys just have to be nice about it. We don't need any negative Nancy's. We don't need any, like, haters. We don't need any, like bad atmospheres. We're all just trying to become better writers and storytellers here. That's all. I refuse to look at Big Baby Raccoon. No, that's not what I said. I meant look up. Look up. You know, they kicked me out of Raccoon College for, some would say, dangerous experiments. You guys have been When did you guys get a whole raccoon college? When did you guys get raccoon college? How did this happen? You guys are building human society faster than humans ever could. Okay, sorry I'm late. I got invited to some dumb summer program at this Yale school. Well, first of all, that sounds awesome, but also you never had to say sorry for being late. It's just hanging out and vibing whenever. Archie's been funding stuff. A whole college? Where were there already college professor raccoons? Why wasn't I recruited to be a teacher? I would have taught at Raccoon College. Last week this all moved very fast. The college appeared last week. That's how fast. Oh, so who's graduated from Raccoon College? It's only been a week. We founded it 7 days ago. 5 days ago, you were kicked out. You were only in college, Raccoon College, for 2 days. South Harmon Institute of Technology? I don't know, they're just saying it's Raccoon College. Are there different raccoon colleges? Are there competing ones? Hey, what happened to Baby Raccoon's fridge? Now they're on the world's largest sweet tea. It's my picture of it. That's from, and then Roots was nice and they actually cropped out all the other stuff. But see, it's from when I got to see it on our trip to World Oddities Expo. It's so funny. We had no idea it was there. We were walking down the sidewalk past some other shops after going to a quilt store. And this woman was coming out between two buildings in front of us. And then she stopped and she looked behind her. And then she stopped and then she looked behind her again between these two buildings. And we were like, huh, that's weird. What was she looking at? So we went to go by her. And then by happenstance, I happened to look down the alley that she had been looking at. Because I'm like, what was she looking at? And there, just randomly between two buildings, was the world's largest sweet tea. So then I called Mama Cryptid back. I'm like, Mama Cryptid. And she's like, what? And I'm like, look, there's a thing. And we looked down there, she's like, oh my god. and we were just already over there, so we were like, yeah, let's go take a look. And it literally was this huge thing. It was taller than me, it was taller than us. Have you not received the letter that you're the principal, Cryptid? Holy fucking shit, I'm the principal of Raccoon College? Oh my god, I don't know how to be a principal. What do principals even do? Sorry, that wasn't me. I meant to send her the letter. I forgot to do it. You guys have been running the college for a week without the principal. You already posted a meme based on the Raccoon College, but holy shit, yeah, Raccoon College is really going off, ain't it? It was a very eventful 2 days and I skipped half of your classes the first 2 days. Oh my goodness. You got distracted by a pelican playing with a piece of string. Oh no. Well, you can't have a lazy eye if you want to be the principal. Says who? I'm sure there's eldritch horrors and abominations out there that have hundreds of lazy eyes, and they're probably still principals if they want to be. You're enrolled in the college? Oh, because you gotta be able to control your pupils. That's only if you're a good principal. You can technically suck at your job and still be the principal. You're just not a very good one. You're listing down stuff that's been said that has now become canon. Oh no! I was telling everyone earlier before you showed up when we were still on the Weave screen. I'm like, okay, out of my to-do list for Zoe, I've only gotten one of the things done. I sent them the PNG tuber. I didn't do the other stuff yet. Oopsie. Fuck it, we need a Raccoon College channel in the Discord now. I better get on this. I love how all the work's now gone to poor Hide and Heart instead of to Roots. What would you guys want in Raccoon College? Oh, that's right, that is the lyrics from it. Okay. So let's see. I think this is where we were. This is the Nateltha? You were mentioned, yeah, the raccoons want Raccoon College in the Discord now. Yeah, Aaron, you really can't spell. Oh my goodness. So let's see. Maybe you should hold out on more world building stuff. Oh my goodness. So let's see. Left off around here. Got it. You have a relevant video about how I can't help. I love it. A ready-made excuse. Me busting shit. I crashed 4 streams in one day the other day. Chatty Matty, holy shit. That's so spooky. Yeah, no blessings around here. But I don't need that. I don't need that kind of mojo. Oh no. So let's see. Dark rain clouds filled the castle windows as Califrac ascended the steps to Earl Tiertig's quarters. Around he walked, thinking over the hunt from the night before. He knew that Dorgu was hiding something, the lad being a poor liar and even worse at hiding his feelings. And if this place is making even my own grandson keep things from me, perhaps it is time to reconsider staying here. Califrac? I think this one's misspelled, right? Or is that my dyslexia? Hold on, I'm gonna look away from it for a second. Okay, phew. Yeah, see, I looked away for a second and I looked back, now it's fixed. Oh, wait, I was doing it, and then I got distracted. Okay, wait. I gotta... Death's Head. Control C. Let's see. That's right. Properties. Story by... Does that work? Yes. Okay. Here. There's Trash Lighting 101. Wasn't there an LT tree for something else? Or have I got confuzzles? I'm not sure. What's that one from? What's that one? That was where this is the color. And if I do this, I can move it over here. There, look at that. Oh my, is it just me or is the stream getting so crowded now just because of Baby Raccoon and all the stuff? One of this says other stories. That said, is this a reoccurring character? Is it just a placeholder name? Sometimes I do stuff like that too. The sweet tea is imposing. It was so... It was a crazy thing. It was in between these two multi-story buildings, just in this little side little section, and I was just like, oh my god, it was seriously, it was this insane thing, and I was like, I can't believe they don't even advertise this for. It's great. What is the size of your stream thing on OBS? What stream thing? How do I tell? Like a particular thing? You're craving sweet tea now? Well, listen, I hate to tell you, I know from experience, Baby Raccoon does not share. The screen size. Okay, my screen size. How do I check that? When I say large, I mean large sweet tea. Give me the biggest you got. Malicious compliance user. Okay. Thank you, Trally, and have a wonderful night. Thank you so much. How do I check that, Zoe? How do I check the screen size? Where do I see it? My Baby Raccoon with heathen sliced pizza? Ooh. I don't know, but they already have their pineapple pizza whenever they want it. I don't know, because they have the mini fridge. Check your monitor screen size, resolution, OPS, navigate to settings. Let's see. Will it mess with anything? So settings, review the base canvas resolution. Settings, and then the stream was a really nice surprise. Oh yay, I'm so happy, Aria. Settings, then video. Let's see. To view the base canvas resolution, it says base canvas resolution is 1920 by 1080. Does that sound right? That's what it says. A comically large Jersey caramel. Oh, baby raccoon, what do you think? What's that offering like? By 1080. 1920 by 1080. We also have a rival raccoon, college raccoon. But it might just be an old grandfather clock. I'm not sure, but either way they suck and we'll win our game of raccoon ball. Is that something important? Are my settings like wrong? Is the scale wrong? You guys are gonna hear a soda being opened. Hold on. There we go. Is there something funny with the settings on my monitor? Hopefully not. Because I don't know how to change them. Checking something for a surprise? Oh my goodness. Okay, I won't tell Roots. Don't worry. Okay. Califrac was mulling this over when he arrived at the Earl's door. Bright candlelight spilled onto the landing, the scratching of a quill and hoot of doves echoing from inside. He moved to enter when a hand shot out of the darkness beside the door, blocking his way. Okay, so one, I leave this as a question. I'm not sure if maybe I'm thinking of it wrong. So the scratching of a quill makes sense. And hoot of doves. Would it be, because it's scratching of a quill, would it be the hooting of doves? The cooing of doves? Like, shouldn't it be an ing too? Am I completely mistaken with that one? I warn you guys. So for any new raccoons here, I'm a cryptid that's better geared toward big picture stuff, to characters, to pacing, to plot stuff, making sure there's no plot holes, more developmental editing stuff. I'll point out when I see like copy or line editing stuff I think could be fixed, but I'm not the best at it. So sometimes I'll look at you guys and be like, hey, am I wrong with this? I think you're right. Okay. My grammar instinct is correct? Oh, good. But even then, that's because I'm right this time. Always keep me on my toes. I'm not always right.
Anti-Cryptid, I just got my letter of acceptance from Raccoon College. My major is Mischief 101, plus I'm joining the varsity trash digging team. I'm so excited.
Yeah, you got accepted to Raccoon College? Mischief 101 is pretty exciting. That's pretty exciting. And then, hey, you'll be majoring in, the name of one of my cats. One of my cats is named Mischief. And then you're joining the varsity trash digging team. That's really exciting. I hear they're a shoo-in for nationals. But these may be special doves. That's true. We do have werewolves. I think your line editing is good, by the way. It's decent. I don't point out everything because a true line edit, kind of like a true developmental edit or developmental type thing, it goes through line by line. It's gonna be polishing every single one of your lines. It will get annoying. And I don't want to do that kind of stuff on stream. It won't be Oh, they're messenger pigeons, as doves and pigeons are the same, I think. Are they the same? I didn't know that. I had no idea they were the same thing. Huh. Are doves just like a specific coloring of pigeons? Where they're all white? They are? Oh my goodness. I learned something new already. I barely even read 2 paragraphs. So let's see. So, bright candlelight spilled onto the landing, scratching of a quill and cooing of dust echoing from inside. He moved to enter when a hand shot out of the darkness beside the door, blocking his way. Archie's got their master's degree on capitalism 101. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. Soon we'll be getting their grandmaster degree. The rock doves are, of course, a different thing. They are doves that behave like the rock. Like the rock? Like Dwayne The Rock Johnson? That's crazy. Ooh, woo. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think Archie like invented the Capitalism 101 course and then like took it, but then also paid themselves to be the instructor. So like they got paid to teach themselves capitalism. And that was like their master thesis on capitalism. We'll be explaining that dynamic. I think that's how smart Archie is. The stony, mirthless face and cold eyes of Ulknamar emerged from the gloom, the mercenary muttering, "No one goes in unannounced." "Then announce me." "You've done that already," came the smooth voice of Earl Theurtig. "Oh, I already caught you. That was your plan all along." That was Archie's plan all along. Oh my goodness. See, I know Archie. I know. They're a smart raccoon. Raccoon capitalism equals recapitalism? I think it's capitalism plus. I think raccoons are better at capitalism than humans are. It's capitalism plus. The mercenary grunted, removing his arm and letting Califrac push his way inside. The Earl sat in his nightgown, jotting down the last of 3 missives on his desk. Behind him, between his bookshelf and bed, was a dove cage, a few furtive beaks poking out. Teartake shot Califrac a wan... Is it a wan smile? Wan smile? I don't know how to pronounce that one, actually. Before laying down his pen, carefully rolling up the first of his little notes. "Let me guess. You've come to resign." "The currency is backed by trash?" Oh wait, that's good. Should the raccoons take over the trash dump and turn that into the Raccoon National Bank? Should that be the Raccoon National Bank is the dump sites? Is that why the raccoons need to take it away from the trash man overlords? That'll be a funny plot point for future stuff. That'll be good. That'll be some good stuff. Califrac stiffened, then sighed, rubbing his mustache. "I have been mulling over the idea." Suggestive of poor health, sickly, pallid, lacking vitality, and feeble. Yeah, I know what it meant. I don't know how to say it. Is it Wan? Wan? Wayne? If it was Wayne, I think it would have an I in it for pronunciation. I don't know how to pronounce it right. At least Archie is generous on their pay and benefits, also because they kind of almost own so many businesses that stuff is just for fun. Archie is the type of business person I wanted to be. I wanted to run Raccoon Town, and yet here it is, and it's actually all Archie.
I've been promoted to the head trash digger on my trash digging team. Now I'm getting sponsored by Big Trash Can. It's this trash can that's really big. It's like 5 times bigger than normal trash cans.
Well, baby raccoon, you've barely even been on the team yet. Have you even had your first day at Raccoon College? How did you already get promoted? Baby raccoon, how'd you already get promoted? It rhymes with darn? Warn? No. You're lying. No, you're lying. Darn, warn? Warn? Baby Raccoon was just that good? Oh my god. Baby Raccoon, I didn't even know you were like trying out for these teams. And I was like, Juan? Is it? Is it actually? Are you guys serious? No way. This is terrible. He was the only one that showed up, everybody else got distracted. No. Can't be. I always say it's a good thing you guys teach me stuff that I don't know, because it's a really cool thing. But I prefer the cool dove facts over this. This feels wrong. This was a bad fact. I did not want to learn. I like the dove facts. We're all learning together. I want to unlearn. I want to unlearn now. So we'll go back to the dove facts. Go back to bird facts. You guys know Brennan Lee Mulligan, the bird facts guy? Yeah, give me bird facts. Not whatever this fact was. I don't want this fact. So I have been mulling over the idea. Come now, is the great Sir Califrac truly going to throw in the towel after only 2 days? Tiratig asked in a mocking voice, sealing the notes in wax and taking them to the dove cage. I had thought you were sterner stuff than the last 6 men I hired to lead my garrison. The drunkard lasted a full week before he staggered off somewhere. Someone get the neutralizer for Men in Black. I'll say that maybe in the future there might be a stories section on the wiki, like mini fanfics. It might have fanfic links for the Cryptid universe fanfic AUs. Oh, that'd be so cute. Doves were holy to Inanna, Ishtar, and Aphrodite. Ooh. The problem with raccoons doing sports teams is they all get very easily distracted, and so far nobody else has bothered to show up from the events. So far for every trash digging competition, Baby Raccoon's been the only one who competed, thus making him a champion. Do you guys know what this means? If that's true? Do you guys know what that means? It means Baby Raccoon has beaten the ADHD curse. Baby Raccoon, you don't get distracted. Maybe you're one of the few raccoons here that doesn't have ADHD. Baby Raccoon, it's you. You are the chosen one. You are the chosen one, Baby Raccoon. It's you. No ADHD in this little head. The head's too empty to actually contain ADHD, that's why. I kicked Baby Raccoon so much there's not enough brain cells left to have ADHD. You got the hyperfocus instead. For a second, Zoe, I thought you said the DLC. Gonna put a list of stuff in the DLC, and I was like, holy shit, wait, there's paid for extra content? We have downloadable content? I have DLC? When did that happen? Oh, he just keeps forgetting to leave the arena. Also, Raccoon College puts on events real quick, so no one has a chance to get Squirrel! Baby Raccoon has surpassed me in strength. He's growing out of control. Soon, he'll surpass Superstar, then Zoe. Before long, he'll surpass Haydn. But if he surpasses Cryptid, we will all be doomed. Luke asked, how did you know about the DLC? Oh no, too many things are happening, too many things. So let's see, the drunkard staggered off somewhere, right, quote-unquote, mysterious. He doesn't even know where that dude went off to. Maybe that drunkard didn't even wander off anywhere. Maybe the werewolves got him. Oh no. Not a young man anymore, and he glanced at the door while Uknamar lurked unseen. I'm not overly fond of the men you have me commanding. Not bloody likely. Oh no, now Heidenheart's gonna have to beat up Baby Raccoon too. Keep Baby Raccoon in line. You should have seen the previous mercenaries and vagabonds I've had answer my summons, if you think so lowly of realty and the brute. You'll put Baby Raccoon in his place. Poor Baby Raccoon. Baby Raccoon's just sitting on this world's largest sweet tea, just enjoying it all, and everyone else in chat's getting him in trouble. Classes at Raccoon University can range from 1 second long to 3 hours because the professors keep forgetting what they're talking about and just watching YouTube videos for like an hour. Well, this horrible cosmetology teacher in high school, the first teacher was great, then they replaced her, and the second one was horrible. Her nails were too long, so she couldn't teach us how to do the braids, or how to paint nails, or do anything else, or how to do the dyes. She's like, no, it'll mess up my nails, so I can't actually teach it to you. So she would just put on YouTube videos for different things, and that's what we did, and I was like, this is horrible. We could have just watched YouTube videos at home. You have the mom voice? Oh no. No one's strong enough against a mom voice. The strongest raccoon of today versus the strongest raccoon in history. More world to know for Meep? Meep. When in doubt, Meep. Let's see. Theurtig took out one of the doves, tying a message to the bird's leg. Indeed, I was counting on Sir Califrac being my commander for at least a season to attract a better crop of recruits. I haven't made up my mind yet, Califrac said evenly. However, I do believe that there is something wrong with the castle. With this castle. Yes, it's an outpost in a hostile land ravaged by wolves, Theurtig said, taking the dove to the window to release. He leaned against the sill, looking out into the rain. Then he turned around and looked back at Califrac. A wand? Smile curling his lips. You're using it again. I don't like this one. Automat held your message aria for aggression. Oh, that's funny. Archie has the fudge you, I cast money. Oh, is it? I think the first round's right. Isn't it Kaiba? Because I don't think it's like Kiba. I think it's Kaiba, like Kaiba Corporation. Hi, Luna Tuna Fish. In the ring next Sunday, Baby Raccoon versus Heidenheart. No hold bars. Falls. Count anywhere. Match. Yeah, Archie is the money wizard. Instead of casting Fireball is money. I'll pay you $100 to fuck off. That's a dangerous precedent to set because you could just keep annoying Archie. I'm gonna have to ask Archie's gonna have to if I can get a like raccoon credit card. I need to go to the fabric stores. I need to go buy more stuff. I need to buy thread. I need to buy cool stuff for all my crafting stuff. I need to buy yarn. Oh my fucking god, yarn's expensive. I bought a yarn today from a nice yarn store nearby, and it's a gorgeous little like local like a single owner yarn boutique store right now, like a big chain one. And I got the fanciest yarn I've ever gotten in my life. The fanciest yarn I've ever gotten before was just Malabrigo, which is still pretty fancy yarn. I like Malabrigo. But I got, it's like one of them is like 50% yak and 50% alpaca. And then the other one is 100% I think baby alpaca or baby wool, something like that. Like they're and one of them's like part silk, and I'm like, oh my god. I'm knitting with like silk and alpaca and mohair and stuff, and I'm like, oh my god, this is too. I've never had such fancy yarn. How she's moving like the Onceler. Well, yeah, that song would absolutely. We need to remake it with a little raccoon Archie singing that song. What's more dangerous if that happens, they'll increase pricing on stuff they like, so Archie wins. The second richest raccoon is the one that annoys Archie the most. Does Archie really have any enemies? I think all the raccoons kind of like Archie. All the raccoons really like Archie so far. Are there any raccoons that don't? I think all my raccoons get along pretty well, but Archie's like a community figure. You know, the host of Raccoon Channel 6 News. Hangs out with Baby Raccoon all the time. Oh, Mama Cryptid even says a celebrity. Mama Cryptid says a celebrity. What? Zoe, Mama Cryptid's over here saying she knows Archie. She's saying, like, Mama Cryptid's even like, yeah, even I know of Archie. Like, come on, it's Archie. Oh no. Oh no, even Mama Cryptid likes Archie. And it's like, yeah, it's Archie, of course. Everyone knows Archie. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. You were honored? Aw. You're a worldly man. Surely you don't think that there are ghosts and ghouls haunting this place. There are werewolves. Tierteg, there are werewolves. Outside your house. In the woods, right outside your house, there are werewolves. Like wolves that are sometimes not wolves, and then other times are wolves. There are werewolves. Tierteg, what are you talking about? Man. Tierteg. I'm just joking. That's not an actual plot error or anything. That was just as a reader reaction. I'm like, Tierteg, what? You have a werewolf infestation. What are you talking about? That ghosts and ghouls don't exist. You have werewolves. You'll be clipping that later on the wiki page of honor. Oh my goodness. It'll be like, they'll be like, you know, in, how when you're, like, TV stars and stuff, you have, like, the dressing room, and it'll have, like, all the cool signed plaques and stuff and different photos of who that celebrity's, other celebrities that celebrity has been with. Like, people that you've met. And, like, on the wall, there'll be, like, all the different, like, personal greetings and letters from, like, other people that are, like, famous, like Mothman, being like, Archie's the best, I'm so honored I got to meet Archie. Stuff from Fresno Nightcrawler, signed tickets, like, oh, Archie, I hope you can come see us at some point from Fresno, California. And then over here, it's like a... Oh my goodness. Wolf where? It's a werewolf. Wolf over there. Look over there, Tierteg. And then over there's also like a sign thing for Mama Cryptid being like, oh yeah, like one of the most like highly achieved best influences on the community. Where's old language for man? Very true. What about wolf wears Wulsaka bitten by it? They turn human on a full moon? So werewolf is literally man wolf. And then wife, yeah. Was woman. With wife. I had to start sewing some housewives. I want to have those kind of things with some of the fabric scraps. It's a type of a sewing pouch. For anyone who's not a historical sewing YouTube channel rabbit holes like I am. Housewife is it's a little sewing kit. Reverse werewolf is that's a wolf that turns into a full moon when it sees a man. So, I don't know what to make of Natalfa and Dorgu saying this place is haunted, but I do know what a land ravaged by wolves looks like. And this valley is far from that. A place such as that does not have herds of sheep left alone in unfenced fields. There are quite a lot of sheep. Or were. Then why are there villagers? I've answered enough questions about them, Tirtig said, holding up his hand as his smile curdled into a scowl. I like that. Now, I'm willing to up your pay, but I need you to stay here and let me truthfully spread the word that Sir Califrac is garrison commander here. Forget hunting the wolves as you're so worried about your precious grandson. Will you agree to serve me for the season at the very least? I think this comma should be a period. Otherwise, it's a very long spoken sentence for Tirtig. So I think that should be a period. I'll have to think about it. Then I'll have to send a letter to my dear friend Philobar. I believe he holds your debt. And tell him... Are you threatening me? Oh, sorry. He barked. Are you threatening me? Califrac barked, laying a hand on the hilt of his sword. The door creaked open then. Califrac glanced back to see Oaknamar standing on the threshold with a mace. Tirtig cleared his throat, cold filling Califrac when he saw that the Earl had a loaded crossbow in his hands. Califrac swallowed, gritting his teeth as he said, For the season, not a day longer, and if you threaten me again... Yes, I understand, Tirtig said, lowering his crossbow as his smile returned. I'm glad we came to this accord. I don't want to make an enemy of my own garrison commander, and we have much to gain from one another. Wait, I'm looking at the Discord. Can everyone contribute to Raccoon 6 News? All the posts are by Archie. Yeah, Archie's been working so hard in order to make Raccoon Channel 6 News happen. But also, poor Archie's being overworked. Zoe and everyone else has always been asking, like, yeah, please, if you wanna contribute to Raccoon Channel 6 News, please feel free to contribute. Please help out. Please do all the different stuff. If you want to talk about it and make sure it kind of like fits and everything works out in the grander scheme, there is the assignment desk, and you can like pass things over through there, especially if you need like a response from Archie or someone else's raccoon character or something like that. So you can like work it out in the assignment desk area. That's kind of where you guys workshop things. Make sure it's all good. Make sure it's all up to snuff. And then after that, then you guys can post it on over to the Raccoon Channel 6 News. And I do not look at the Raccoon Channel 6 News until it's time for me to read it. That way you guys get my blind reaction. You actually get my genuine first time reading it reaction to all the news. So like heroics, maybe that's why it wouldn't be considered haunted if the werewolves were there. Same thing here. I don't want to make an enemy of my own garrison commander, and we have much to gain from one another. I think this one should be split up into 2 sentences. Especially since he's being like, I don't want to make an enemy of my own garrison commander. Like, period. And like, besides, we have so much to gain from one another. Something like that, where it's like 2. Yes, quite, Califrac said, turning on his heel and marching out the door, right past Oaknamar, without meeting the man's gaze. Several thoughts flashed through Califrac's mind, from rage to woe. Yet it was sorrow which he settled upon, partly from how far the great knight had fallen. Another came from his passing by the Whiskers the cat, meowing plaintively at the door where the Earl's children would bunk down, the cat running away before it could comfort her on this dark and dismal night. Something about this one. This one's worded weirdly. I think there's been a little jumble mix here. I'm gonna cough real quick when I'm gonna mute the mic. Oh my goodness. That was a horrible cough. Oh my goodness, Ari, you're gonna cook something up for Raccoon Channel 6 News? That's exciting. Can you write an update about raccoons and sports? Go find it. Go to the assignment desk. Go to the Raccoon 6 assignment desk. Go start taking jobs. Go start reporting to Archie. What topics you want to cover? What articles you gonna write? What different things you gonna do? Go. Go be the news reporter raccoons you always wanted to be. Go shape the world. Go tell your stories. We've been looking for more raccoons to keep the news going. Give poor Archie a break. They've been working the raccoon paws off. Another came from his passing by. Yes, see how it's like by passing by the Whiskers the cat. Should either be the cat or Whiskers the cat, but not the Whiskers the cat. Oh. And then I think you could probably narrow it down. It's like it could be like 2 sentences, because right now it's a little bit run on. The noon sun was high overhead, the autumn heat thick in the air, when Dorgu and Ateltha emerged from the castle gate. The pair walked down the valley road pulling a handcart, looking for an opportunity, any opportunity, to speak with the locals. Dark looks and muttered murmurs were all that greeted them from those working the fields. That was until they came to a pumpkin patch on the sides of a rather steep hill. Oh, excuse me. Hi, Casper. Welcome on in. You love a friendly rivalry? Ooh, oh my goodness. Things are cooking over in the assignment desk. Oh my goodness. Would it be pumpkin patch on the side of a rather steep hill, or is it sides? I'm not sure. I think it should be singular, but I'm not sure. Here, a woman and her son were happily harvesting their crops, both greeting Ateltha and Dorgu warmly as they carried their produce to a waiting handcart. Afternoon, stranger, the woman said. My name's Halatra, and my boy is Poy. I know I'm saying these names wrong, I'm so sorry. Ateltha, though my friends call me now, and this boy is Dorgu. You're the first person here not to give us the cold shoulder, Dorgu said quietly. And that would be an account of you working with that dastardly Earl, Halatra said. Most folk around here see him as an usurper of the rightful lord, young Bisorin. Bisorin? I think it's as an usurper, because it's the next word starts with a vowel. So I think this should be A-N instead of just A. Well, what happened to the boy? Ateltha asked. He went missing with his sister and mother shortly after the old Earl's death, Halatra said hesitantly. That sounds awfully suspicious, Ateltha said. Please tell us more. To the people of the valley believe that their former Earl was murdered. Don't know that it's my place to say, Halatra replied, nervous. Please, I need to know. Usurper? How did I say it before? Oh yeah, I think you're right. I think I just said it wrong before. Oopsie. It's special. Has a consonant sound implied. Usurper is how I said it before. Oopsie. I said dyslexia. Usurper. Is it based on how it's pronounced, or is it just based on how it looks? Really? So it is correct. Huh, with just the A, not an A-N. That's so interesting. It looks so wrong to my brain. I want the little an there, because I'm like, oh, the next one starts with a vowel. See, this is the problem with the English language. There's so many rules, and then most of the time the rules don't apply. It's like, why'd you teach me the rules then if they don't matter? I think it's how it's pronounced, because I've seen "an" used in front of words with a silent H in front of a vowel. Huh. That's why some dialects have an herbal preparation, and others have a herbal preparation. Oh, okay. N or A. Yeah, learn the rules to learn how to break them the right way, but English never breaks them the right way. Like a unicycle. Oh. I hate this. Get the thingamajig from the Men in Black thing. I want to forget. I want to unlearn. I before E, except after C. Explain Sheila. Thanks for weighing in, neighbor. Not an university, right? It's a university. Oh my god. You guys are all such smart raccoons. I'm over here and I'm like, dear god, how did I want to not learn things anymore. We're all done. Go say more bird facts. I want more bird facts. But an X-ray. You brought cryptid cursed knowledge and derailed the stream. Listen. Listen. You know me. You know me. You know me. The stream would have been derailed no matter what. It was only a matter of time. Anniversary? Listen, this is bullshit. The English language is hard. Why was this the language I had to learn? So just as a note, I noticed it a little bit with Califrac speaking to Tierteg, but it wasn't as bad. I was like, oh, okay, it could work a little bit. Sometimes there's the back-to-back dialogue, and it had stuff in between it that I was like, okay, it's not too bad, where it was the dialogue, and then them doing stuff, and then the other repeats. So I feel like here, it was okay, but sometimes it was like, I'll have to think about it, and then the response back, and then the third response, but then it's broken up by Califrac barked, laying hand on the hilt of sword. So it got close here, especially like here too, right? There's the one person speaks for a while, second speaks, third speaks, fourth speaks, but then it's broken up again. So it got a little close here with Califrac and Tierteg, where I'm like, maybe we could break it up a bit more with the back-to-back dialogue. But here in this scene with the Telfa and the new woman Halatra, and this one I'm like, oh no, sometimes the people here are speaking back and forth, and I'm like, wait, which one asked what? Teaching crabs to read? Is that a reference to something? An hour? Honor? Air? Oh, that's right, an air. An honor. Oh. So yeah, it does have the AN, even though it has the H there. That's so interesting. There's so many different ways where it doesn't apply, and I'm over here and I'm like, oh my goodness. This is why I always say, see, I could never be a copy editor doing all the technical grammar stuff. I would go crazy. I would go crazy. There's so many forbidden rules of grammar. It would make my blue brain cells explode. Good, you had it up. Perfect. Also, to derail more, Aang was an air fryer first. Meanwhile, a heart, a hair, a horror. Oh no. It doesn't make it make sense. Make it make sense. Please, I need to know. Miss Nateltha, my son and I moved to this valley only 2 years ago, and to be frank, I don't know that I can trust someone from the castle. We're only hired help, not partisans for Earl Tyrteg. Latcher sighed. Dorgu, would you mind helping my son with the pumpkin harvest? I'll pay you with some candy. Go on, Natalpa said reassuringly, flashing Dorgu a smile. That's not fair, Dorgu muttered, stepping around the cart. Together he walked up the hillock with Foyle, the boys toiling to bring down one of the larger pumpkins. Alatra watched them silently until a gust of wind rose. Without turning around, her voice all but lost in the wind, she said, Earl Tyrteg is a usurper, a chamberlain that the old family shouldn't have trusted. Flamingos are pink on the inside as well as the outside. Their pinkness is caused by the presence of something pigments found in the algae and crustaceans that make up the diet of a flamingo. Though the pink coloration is most obvious in a flamingo's plumage, it also impregnates the bird's tissue, skin, blood, and even egg yolk? So it has pink egg yolk? Really? You crack the egg on open, it's gonna be pink inside? Really? This seems like we need to, for science, go to the zoo now. We need to plan a heist, and we need to go to a zoo. And don't worry, these totally aren't related at all. We need an egg heist, and we need to go to the zoo, and or white if there's no shrimps. No shrimps, then it's just white. That's crazy. Do you think we could feed them other things, and they'll be whatever color we feed them? Don't you live in flamingo territory? Yeah, but if I look around outside, it's just all the plastic flamingos in everyone's yards. It's just all the fucking plastic ones. They're not real ones. They don't have the fucking eggs. They're just plastic ones. I gotta go find where they are, where I know they are, okay? I don't have a tracking app on all the flamingos in the area, so I gotta go to the zoo. That's where I know that they are. Let's feed them blueberries and turn them into flamingo cryptids. Oh my goodness. Yeah, see, that's what I want. Like, if we feed them certain things, will they be different colors? Could I have... Can I have blue flamingos? Can I have purple ones? Can I have an orange flamingo? Do you see the possibilities? Oh my god. We could have a whole set. We could have a whole set. We'll give them each specialized diets, and we can have a whole set. We can have a green flamingo. Wouldn't that be interesting? Wouldn't you guys want to see that? Come on. Call them Skittle Flamingos. Skittle Flamingos. We need to workshop the name. That would be a brilliant way to celebrate April 1st. Pink plastic Easter eggs deposited beneath each neighborhood plastic flamingo. Oh my goodness. Yeah, meet. I gotta focus. Why do they not have the man removed? Natalfa asked. Alatra only shook her head. The rightful Earl and his family can't contest him in the kingdom's courts, and so they hide in the forest. But why? Natalfa asked pleadingly, feeling as though she were losing her mind. I swore an oath, Alatra replied, wringing her hands. But if check the old Earl's grave, then his body will tell the whole tale that I'm not allowed to spill. This one's worded funny too. Isn't that the Roadrunner? Meet. Natalfa shuddered, mortified at having to defile a grave to reach the hidden truth. Gotta work, gotta go. But if you check the old Earl's grave, then his body will tell the whole tale that I'm not allowed to spill. This one's worded a bit funny, especially for dialogue. Maybe it could even be, like, split up into two, but if you want to know more, go to the old Earl's grave site. Like, period. His body will tell everything that I'm not allowed to, type thing. Like, I would suggest rerunning this one slightly. This one was, I think, the most awkward line of their interaction so far. I'm like, this dialogue line's not hitting. Oh, my lo-fi beats. The footfalls of Dorgu and Ataltha echoed off walls of the tower stairwell as he followed her up to Tirtig's chambers. He carried with him a mop and a bucket, when Ataltha had a feather duster and a rag. Motes of dust danced in sunlight leaking in through the narrow windows, Dorgu trying to distract himself from what was to come. Yet soon the spiraling path brought Ulknamar the mercenary into the view. Interviewed. I don't think, not into the view. The man glaring at them with his murderous eyes. And is this character the type that likes to reveal stuff? Or secretive type? Or for what character? What character are we talking about? What do you want? He muttered, flexing his hand as though he were itching to lift the mace from his belt. Here for cleaning, Nataltha said brightly. Earl Tirtig requested us. The one saying to go to the crypt. Okay, so you're asking what type of character is Halatra? Is she the type that likes to reveal stuff? Or a secretive type? Or, Well, I'm not sure if we'll see her again. She might have been a side character, a little one-off character. But it seems like she wanted to help. She wanted to tell these characters, like, what was up. But there's something here that she swore an oath she cannot tell them. She's newcomer too. She's only been here 2 years. She would have let them in the know. But she's, for some unknown reason, has to keep the secret. So she's like, hey, you can find out the secret too if you do this crazy stuff. I think that's the kind of vibe we're supposed to get from her. Is that vibe wrong? Possibly, but that's at least the current vibe I am as a reader getting from it. So Earl Tirtig requested us. Ulknamar grunted, knocking on the door and then opening it without turning around. Inside, Tirtig was writing at his desk, his eyes flitting to the door as he asked, "What seems to be the problem?" "No problem," Nataltha said quickly. "We've only arrived to clean your chambers, as you asked." "Must it be now?" Tirtig asked, stroking his quill. "The lighting is best now, and I'd hate to do a poor job of cleaning on my first full round of the castle." Maybe some negotiations to get to that point, earning the info? My model's glitching out. It happens. Sometimes I'm too close. I'm trying to read the words because I don't have my glasses on to make the model track. Sometimes I get too close to read the words and then my model glitches out more. At some point I'll save up enough. I think if I get an older iPhone, I'm trying to save up and get an older iPhone. Just from like eBay or something, right? Just an old iPhone. And that should have better tracking capabilities for the VTuber model. It adds to the Cryptid vibes. But yeah, and then I'll have like a little stand, and then I should have better face tracking, and it shouldn't be losing me as much as this little webcam does. So that'll be a nice little upgrade in the future. I'm excited for that. Let's see. Very well, Tirtig said, rolling up the letter he had been writing and stowing it away with his ink and quill. He rose from his chair, stretched, and then marched to the door, gesturing for them to enter. Proceed. This one's a lot of commas for this line. So he rose from his chair and stretched. Maybe. Or maybe even just marching to the door. And then maybe, like, a period. And then, like, maybe then starting the next, like, oh, he's looking at them, he's doing something. And then he gestures for them to enter. Like, proceed. Like, just splitting it up a little bit. That had a lot of commas in it. Dorgu and Ataltha entered, feeling the burning eyes of Oknamer and Tirte glaring at them from the door. Dorgu set to work mopping when I think this one's misspelled. I think it's missing the L. Nataltha began to dust, making sure to clean the windowsill first, so that Califrac could see she had entered the room. Oh. Oh, something's happened here. They're plotting stuff. You're working on something for Raccoon News? That's exciting. You just posted something there, Arya? Hope you cooked? Oh, that's exciting. I think I could just clip that. Clip what? Clip me at my best, right? You're clipping me at my best, right? Clipping me at my best moments. My best moments, right? You guys, all my raccoons only clip me at my best moments, right? Yeah, that's what you guys all do. You guys all clip me at my best. For a time, Dorgu performed his job, acutely aware that he was being closely watched. Closing in on the finale now. This is exciting. Oh, wait, how many more pages? 1, 2, 3. 3.5 pages to go. Oh, do I have enough? Do I have enough in me to keep going? Should I end it soon, and then the next time you submit, we'll finish it? Because I like thinking about, we've already done a few pages, so I'm trying to think, like, do I have enough for 3 pages in me? Quick, clip this moment. That be fine? Okay, so let me find a good little place here to find. Maybe when this little line is. Okay. Acutely aware that he was being closely watched. I know it's not technically a repetition, because it's basically saying he's very aware that he's being closely watched. That's kind of the thing. I know it's not. It feels like it, though. It's giving the same vibes. So I maybe just get rid of the closely, acutely aware that he was being watched. I think that will get the same vibe. I just don't think we need the closely there. For whatever reason, the acutely and closely, it seems repetition to me. I know it's not technically, but... Two and a half pages after the break. 1... Oh yeah, 2.5 pages. He dared only to steal brief glances at the more obvious places to hide a key, and remember them for later, as well as the relation to the ready crossbow on the bed table. Oh, this was... That better? Acutely aware that he was being watched. Yeah, I think that reads better. So he dared to steal... He dared only to steal brief glances at the more obvious places to hide a key. Yeah, I think it's a run-on. And then just some of those little extra words can be like, instead of he dared only to steal brief glances, like... Maybe settle in this moment more, like split this up into different sentences, and then like let us be in this moment a bit longer. So like he's anxious, right? He's anxious. His heartbeat was quickening as he's trying to steal these brief glances. He kept his eyes only to the more obvious places, and then something here. This is already telling us this plan. Now we know, like, oh, he's planning to hide a key, and he has to remember it for later. And in relation to the crossbow on the bed table. I'm like, oh, this almost seems like a mini spoiler. I wonder if that part of it we could actually learn as he's doing it. Maybe it could be revealed a bit later. It seemed to him that many long hours came and went before he heard his grandfather ascending the tower stairs, though it had certainly only been 3 to 4 minutes. Dorgu felt a tightness in his chest as Califrac arrived at the landing and began to speak with Tirtag about the werewolves in the woods and a sign he had found. this one's run on. Hi, Sanctify. Hello, hello, yeah. There was a clatter, Califac dropping something and cursing as they had planned, chasing it down the steps. Hello, hello, welcome on in, Raiders. In case they're in ads, let me type it in chat. Welcome, Raiders. There we go. Hello, hello. Oh, hey, thank you for the follow. That's so kind of you. I hope you like hanging out with the Cryptid cult. Hello, hello, and welcome on in. Did you guys have a fun stream? What were you guys up to? You love the model? It's a pretty shade of blue. Aw, thank you. This is the Suiko model. It's a customizable model. So it's actually, you can if you get it, you can do all sorts of fun different little things with it. And yeah, I made her blue. You guys were up to the Hitchhiker's Guide? Oh, were you just reading it? Was it a movie night? What were you guys doing? Yeah, it's the most gorgeous blue. I think it's a pretty neato blue. I'm pretty partial to it myself. Oh, let's see.
Auntie Cryptid.
Yeah?
Auntie Cryptid. I killed a raccoon hunter. Can I post their head on the wall? I want to scare my enemies.
How do you know it was a raccoon hunter? Baby raccoon, how did you know it was a raccoon hunter? You were reading, doing silly voices? Oh my goodness, that sounds amazing. You were making dumb jokes, the standard. That sounds so fun. There's raccoon hunters? How do I join the resistance? No, you shouldn't want to be a raccoon hunter. Baby raccoon, is this real or is this just a stuffed animal? Oh, baby raccoon, was what you hunted just a stuffed animal? Maybe it was just a stuffed animal. Maybe baby raccoon's fine. You want to hunt the raccoon hunters? Oh my goodness, all my raccoons are so vicious and thirsty for blood. What happened to being sweet, nice little uwu bean raccoons just hanging out, wanting some snacks? When did you guys all become bloodthirsty monsters? Oh. Raccoons are smarter and better than most people, 100%. That's why all you guys here on Twitch, you guys are all my raccoons. It's true. Join the cult. That's right. We're a nice, very friendly cult over here. It's all good. Just good vibes only. That's it. Do you need blood? No. We just need you to promise to be a nice, respectful raccoon, and that's it. There's some raccoon news. It's true. It's a Raccoon Channel 6 news. It's news by raccoons for raccoons. It's a really, really fun little thing. It's not the first time you've been called a trash panda. What other random scenarios in life are you being called a trash panda? Oh my goodness, that's so funny. You used to say you were a raccoon before you claimed a corgi cat? Oh my god, that sounds super cute. And it's okay, things can also be honorary raccoons over here. Like we have possums who are honorary raccoons. My mods are the coyote guard, and they're still honorary raccoons. You filed a report. I'm curious to see what you think of it. Oh. Oh, it's a term of endearment? Okay, that's fine. That's fine then. You're the lone coyote here, but when I'm not here, I'm just friendly zombie. That's true, that's true. I said it because I'm small, but stronger than I look. Nocturnal, and have Definitely a snow leopard in 2 raccoon suits. Wouldn't it be two raccoons in a... I'm not gonna question it. Whatever way you want to have your raccoon Sona. But yeah, we're finishing up reading this little segment here from Death's Head. And then at the end of it, I'll give critique and feedback. And you guys in chat are also welcome to give critique and feedback as always, as long as we're all nice about it. Again, we're all becoming better writers and storytellers together. We're all really here to lift each other up and help ourselves improve. There's no need to be nasty or mean while we do that. Hi, Hugo. We gotta let Cryptid lock in so we can finish the story. We're just gonna finish it for today. It's not the very end of the story. I think they're gonna submit one more time And then we'll be able to finish it next stream. Because I try to do like 2 to 3-ish pages per each person's story. Not nasty or me, but you are a bit of a smart ass. You already did perfect. Mouse, please work. If you don't work, Mouse, I'll get a rat. Don't test me. So it seemed to him that many long hours came and went before he heard his grandfather ascending the tower stairs, though it had certainly only been 3 or 4 minutes. Oh, thank you for the follow, and hey, I hope you like hanging out with the Cryptid cult. It'll be 2.5 once you hit the last break just up ahead. Okay. Except when you write in large fonts, you end up doing like 5 or 6 pages. Yeah, like I said, it's mostly vibes. I'm mostly just keeping check of like my voice. Like, how's my voice doing? Am I losing my voice? The last stream I did, which was the first one after after the World Oddities Expo, I was like, why did I only read one story? And like my voice was going out. Like, what was happening? And then I remembered, oh yeah, I just had an entire weekend where I was talking nonstop for hours. To customers and stuff, and people passing by and answering questions and doing my sales pitches and stuff and all the different things at World Oddities Expo. And I'm like, oh yeah, I just did that for a couple, like 2 days straight for multiple hours nonstop. And then I tried reading like stories, and I'm like, that's why my voice was almost gone. Let's see. Because my story was so electric, it occupied your entire mind. Dorgo's chest tightened when Califrac arrived at the landing. I think it should be... Yeah, it should be like the ED ending, I think. His grandfather began speaking with Terateg about the werewolves in the woods and a sign he had found. I don't think we need the two here. His grandfather began speaking with Terateg about the werewolves in the woods. So I think we can get rid of this too. The only reason Archie isn't in the Coyote Guard is that they're too busy with raccoon capitalism. That's true. I had to keep an eye on people too. I'm like, who? Because I wanted people like involved in it, in the community and stuff, but also like, wait, if they're always involved, if they're always hanging out and chatting and keeping things entertained and busy, I'm like, you got to keep an idea too. Like, I don't want people burnt out. You know what I mean? Because if you always give really, really active members of a community all the jobs and all the tasks and all the work and all the different stuff, then it's like, great, you had these amazing members of the community, and now they're burnt out, and now they can't be part of the community anymore. You know what I mean? Shakes fist at raccoon capitalism. Oh no. So I always had to like kind of keep an eye on things too, you know? Mouse, please work. There was a clatter, Califrac dropping something and cursing as they had planned, chasing it down the steps. I think that as they had planned here is kind of in the middle of this sentence. And I think we could find a better spot for it. So there was a clatter, Califrac dropping something and cursing, chasing it down the steps. And then maybe like a separate sentence, like everything going according to plan. Something like that. Or even like Dorgo like holds his breath, hoping everything goes to plan. As expected, Terateg stepped down after him, Ulthamar turning away from the door to follow his liege. And then like more and more explaining of like even heart racing, Dorgo leaned his mop against the wall and commenced his search with Natelfa. As it happened, he found the key inside the book on Livos' family, who had so recently ruled the valley which bore their name. This one's run on. He dropped it into the bucket, giving Natelfa a sign before he stepped to the Earl's crossbow. You have yet to hear the story about the sweet tea? You must have fallen asleep by it. It was just in the Discord. But yeah, when I was up to World Oddities Expo in South Carolina, while we were there, we're like, oh, well, let's wander around a bit. Let's go to some yarn stores. Let's go to some quilt shops and stuff. And as we were walking in between two stores in this little side alley little section, not total happenstance that we happened to see it. You could have totally kept walking and not realized it was there. But yeah, there was this little side alley, and it led to the world's largest... Oh, wrong thing. No, hold on. This guy. The world's largest sweet tea. It was way taller than us as people. This is actually the picture I took of it, and Roots went around and got rid of the background. But if you scroll up in the Discord, you actually see the original picture I took, and I posted it in the Discord. And yeah, I thought it would be a funny little thing that now instead of the fridge, Baby Raccoon also has the world's largest sweet tea. It was such a fun little find. I'm like, oh my god, there's... You just look in between these two stores and you just see this massive thing of sweet tea, and you're like, what? It only looks 3 raccoons tall. It's perspective. It's just a perspective. That's all. Perspective is a funny little thing. Let's see. Knowing well how the lock mechanism worked, Dorgu carefully opened it to disengage the trigger. With his task finished, he hurried to the bucket to continue mopping, just as Tierteg and his grandfather arrived at the door. A sense of melancholy came over him as he worked. All this, and Grandpa won't even let me go with them to the grave, Dorgu thought, sourly. What do they expect to find down there? Vampire or some other undead fiend? That one's not a... Maybe a vampire, question mark? Vampire or some other undead fiend. This one is for an internal thought. I'm not sure it sounds very natural. But the raccoon is right on top of it. And it's a baby raccoon. Now, baby raccoon's just very big. It's true, it's true. You guys don't know the size of Cryptid or baby raccoon. It's true. We could be giants. I see he had to steal his fridge by distracting him with sweet tea. No, it's still baby raccoon's fridge. I do not steal candy from a baby, and apparently I don't steal fridges from babies. He still has the fridge. It's just switched out for one day because I thought it would be cute. I'm on to you. No, he still has the fridge. Hold on. Let's see. Here's his fridge. Here's the little fridge. He still has his fridge. It's right behind the sweet tea. That's all. Oh. This is horrible. You're bad. You're bad.
Excuse me. Slurp.
Oh my god. Please, it can't go on forever. One day when a brick falls out of the sky and lands on you and you wonder why, you'll be like, oh yeah, I did deserve that. But they can't kick Baby Raccoon. Yeah, Baby Raccoon likes it. Baby Raccoon, come here. Baby Raccoon, here. Come here. Yeah, scared the shit out. I was like, oh no. Everyone ready? Everyone ready to say bye to poor Baby Raccoon? Baby Raccoon's gonna be kicked across the world. Just you guys wait. Ready? 1, 2... So, that text-to-speech didn't go the way you planned. Oh, Baby Raccoon's still going. Baby Raccoon's still going. Damn. There he goes. He's still... Oh my god, it's like a... You guys know a Pokemon where it's like the Team Rocket's blasting off again and they're just like that little like dot in the distance? That's kind of what it looks like right now. There goes Baby Raccoon. What a Cryptid. It started so bad, I didn't know it would do that. You didn't know it would read the words exactly as it was typed out. You didn't know it would read it exactly as you typed it out. Oh no. Okay, guys. Okay, so now baby raccoon's gone, so we should just be able to pivot a bit, and baby raccoon should now be spinning around the world. We should be able to see them coming from the opposite way soon. So everybody ready? You never use text-to-speech unless it's here. Oh wait, I think I see something in the distance. I think I see it. Are we all? Oh, you're ready to see baby raccoon again? I think I aimed it really well. I think quick, drink while you can. Oh, you better hurry. He's coming back. He's almost here. Is everyone ready? There he is. Baby raccoon's back. I aimed that really well, huh? I aimed that perfectly. Poor baby raccoon's gotta go pee soon. Oh, that tee drink. He might pee on Auntie Crit. No. Baby raccoon's domesticate. Baby raccoon's housebroken. Meet. Yeah, this one line, I would say, sounds a little bit unnatural. So, that is the scene break, and then we have 2.5 pages left. You've already resubmitted for next time, so next time we're reading, we're actually going to be finishing the werewolf story. That's so exciting. I can't believe it. I'm also going to be kind of sad when we're done with it, because I'll be like, no, I want more werewolf story. So if anyone in chat has a werewolf story you haven't submitted yet, this is your sign. You gotta submit more werewolf stories for Cryptid to read. I need to get my fix. I look forward to what you think of the thrilling conclusion. That'll be exciting. You may have more werewolf stories. That's gonna be some good stuff. So I pointed out little things as we went, because you submitted a couple times. I think we could go through it like that and look at more nitty-gritty details as I saw them and point out things like that. I think that was only to the benefit of the work, me trying to point out as much as I could with the line and copy stuff that I did notice. So for the general critiques, though, for the actual overall big things, I would say the what am I thinking of? I think I already mentioned it a bit, but I'm like, oh yeah, sometimes when you have the dialogue, needing more tags, needing to bring it up a little bit more. It happened a little bit with Califrac and Tier Tag, Nataltha meeting the new woman Halathra. That happened a bit, but I think even if you look at some of your earlier stuff, like, oh yeah, whenever there's characters going back and forth, sometimes it's just the back and forth dialogue, and we can mix it up a little bit. So that's something just to be aware of, to like look back at some stuff and be like, did I do too much back and forth dialogue? So that's one thing. And then for the other, let's see. Do you have your own stories, or do you just help with others' projects? For the day-to-day streams, it's mostly helping other people with their projects, but yes, I have my own stories. When I started streaming in November, it was actually, I was doing a 30-day writing challenge where I was doing a shitty rough draft, where I'm like, no, I'm going to start November. I have no idea of what story I'm going to write, and I'm going to write anyway, and I'm going to write a terrible rough draft, and this is how you write a terrible rough draft, and you figure out plot holes, and you figure out what characters do, and here's how you plan things out. And I was doing it live on stream for all of November, and that was the project I'm currently calling the Three Little Witches. That was the Three Little Witches project, which was the only vibe I went into that one with was, I'm like, oh, I want Studio Ghibli if it was horror, if it was like an absolute body horror uncanny vibes, but it was still Studio Ghibli. Like if Studio Ghibli went hardcore and pivoted into straight up horror, that was the vibe of it. So that was the Three Little Witches that I shared entirely here on stream with you guys. I was like, yeah, if I'm always like recommending shitty rough drafts, why wouldn't I stand by what I say? Why wouldn't I show you guys a shitty rough draft? Stories that I haven't shared on here because they're more near and dear to my heart, but you hear me mention them sometimes, is the Necromancer Dad story. Studio Ghibli. So you might sometimes hear me mention that with the Necromancer Dad story, and then the other project, which is was one of the first stories that I was planning out. That was actually going to be multiple books if I continue with it, but that one was the Cannibal Girl story project. And that one was really, really fun. And sometimes I'll mention that, like, oh yeah, that's when like a side character, there was a side character planned for that one. That just got so big, so awesome, so epic. He stole all the spotlight. By the end of the book series, it was kind of like about him. Everything happened with that character. So I actually had to, I explain it whenever I say, like, yeah, cutting stuff is really, really difficult. I know it's difficult because I actually had to cut that side character out of the story. He took too much of the spotlight away. And I was so upset because he's a great character. But I'm like, no, it wasn't too bad. Because I'm like, oh, I'll just do something else for him. I'll do something else someday with that character. But yeah, that side character was taking up way too much room. Hey, Cryptid, if you have a background stream, what would it look like? A background stream? Remember you talking about the Necromancer Dad after you called Melinda a failure. You remember that scene a lot, don't you? Remember that moment a lot. Oh my goodness, you're not gonna let that one go. Hey, Cryptid, if you have a background stream, what would it look like? What's a background stream? Like something I stream in the background, like when I myself am doing stuff? Or are you asking if I had like a second stream channel personally? Like if I personally opened up another thing to stream, what would it look like? Just to clarify. But yeah, otherwise, welcome on in, Lucas. It's so nice to have you here in chat. Yeah, I'm planning to do like hide-ins. What about hide-ins? Hide-ins, what's a background stream? I haven't taken a peek-see yet. I haven't gotten to see what your stream looks like. But, what was I saying? Oh, like on the memes? Oh, let me open up an overlay? Oh, an overlay? Let me see. So let's see, it's in the memes. Oh, like the little background art? The background art? You have your own web series that you're working on? I just felt like asking. Yeah. That's super fun. It's like the little background overlay. The idea was it was going to be the abandoned 811 parking lot, and there would be the abandoned 811 right here with all the busted windows and stuff, and then in the far background would be the swamp that Cryptid emerged from into the parking lot, and then like a little hint of the Best Buy over here, and then in the parking lot I wanted a ring of raccoons toasting marshmallows with a dumpster fire. That's what I wanted. And then that was going to be the first artwork I was going to get for the stream, was going to be the background art. And then that got moved. That's going to actually now the second project I have planned. The first one that's been moved up instead is you gotta cover your ears. You gotta cover your ears. You can't listen to this bit. This part's secret. It's top secret. You gotta cover your ears. You gotta let me know when you covered your ears. Because it's secret. Muted. Yeah, it was moved up in priority as I actually want to get Raccoon Channel 6 little artwork. Oh no, grown-up stuff, my delicate sensitive ears. Oh yeah, the grown-up stuff of like, oh yeah, I want an artwork piece for Raccoon Channel 6 news whenever we do that bit, and I want it to be the like the camera crew over here, and then like some background stuff, and then like the desk with Skelly the skeleton and Archie Archives here, and it's like leaking from the roof. It would be like the earlier days back before Archie like tidied up the studio a bit, but I want it to be a little thing that I can pull up when we do Raccoon Channel 6 news. So that's gonna be the first piece of artwork I get. It's not right now. Give me some time. But because we just finished WoW and we're paying off all the stuff for the businesses and taxes and stuff. But I'm really excited. I think that'll be a fun bit. Okay. So you can. Let's see now. There we go. But yeah, fun stuff being planned in the background over here. I'm excited. I don't know why my model's glaring. There we go. I'm not glaring. I swear. But yeah, you have your own web series that you're working on, Lucas. That sounds so fun. I don't know if you've been a lurker here for a while, if you're just tuning in with us now. But yeah, if you want to submit your own stories for critique and review, we kind of accept everything here as long as it's at least like in a Google Doc. It's a little easier for me to load up the Google Docs because I can have them on night mode. It's a little easier on everyone's eyeballs. Um, and came up with Nap. Nice, nice. So yeah, we read stories, we read excerpts, we read plot outlines, we read rough outlines, we read novel scripts, we read TV scripts, anything like that. So you wouldn't even be the first web series type thing or comic script. We've read comic scripts as well. So yeah, very good notes. I can personally test to that. I try my best to. Again, the big thing is if when you submit, especially if you're a new raccoon submitting for the first time, I limit the critique to just 1 or 2 pieces of critique. And then if you're a frequent resubmitter and it seems like we're pretty chill and you want more critiques, then I'll point out more things. So this one over here, right, they've submitted multiple times and we've continued to read through a couple pages at a time of the werewolf story. And then as we go, now that they've submitted a couple times and we're always good, now I'm pointing out things as I notice it to like kind of help things out a little bit. And then at the end, it's the 1 or 2 critiques, right? Some people get more, some people get less, just because like more whatever I think it needs. The super bright light? What's super bright light? For the screen? Is the screen too bright? But otherwise, yeah, that's kind of the bit. But yeah, it's totally fine to have it as like a script for a web series. That's cool too. We've done some comic artists where they just like lay out what they want the comic pages to look like. Like, oh, panel 1 will have this, panel 2 will have this dialogue, panel 3 will have this action, and they lay out stuff like that, and I'll still get critique. I'm trying to lean away from poetry. Some people have been asking if we can still do poetry, but I just can't give. I'm not the best poetry critiquer, and I'm like, well, should I really read it out here if I can't give good advice or feedback or critique? So I've been leaning away from poetry for a bit. But yeah, I share my own stuff sometimes. I've shared a short story I wrote in college before for you guys, and you guys could critique that. I will say I have it all in one doc, so you can just do the first chapter. Very cool. So yeah, if you want to submit, I will say be aware I might not read your stuff today. There is a queue. So just every few nights I look through, and whoever's on the chat right now, then I pick them and we can go through their stuff. The queue isn't necessarily in order. Again, I will not read your stuff unless you are here in chat. So you sign up for the queue, you get your link in there, you get everything all filled out and answered. And then you'll just show up and chat whenever you want to, whenever you got the time. And then whenever I see, I'll be like, oh, okay, they're in. And then if I had the open queue, I'll go through, and then me always here. Yeah, I have some very wonderful raccoons who show up very often and are very kind and support me and stuff. But again, it's not necessary. I know some people just like hanging out for a little bit, get their story read, get the critique, and then they dip out for a bit, right? I know that it's totally fine with either way. What was I saying? But yeah, it's kind of the same vibe. I'll be distracted. I'll have ADHD moments. I'll go off topic and hang out with chat for a bit. But I'll still try to lock in sometimes too and read your stuff and give you feedback. Is it okay to unmute now, Cryptid? Yeah, I told you could. I wrote it in the chat. Yes. So we can now. There we go. There's a Google form in the Discord, yep. Continue sitting behind Maddie and hopes the strategy works. Right, that's the strat. So yeah, thank you so much. But yeah, next time, we only have a few pages left, so I think next time we read for Just That's Werewolf piece here, we'll actually be finishing it up. That'll be really exciting. You do not have permission? You don't have permission. You don't have permission to go in the Discord, or you don't have permission to go on the Google Doc form. Well, let's see where the problem is. Sacrifice the elf chicken. First sign of an issue, and instantly my raccoons go, oh yeah, we could sacrifice Chatty Matty again. Now you made me hungry for roasted marshmallows. Oh, there we go. See, I'm a bad influence. This is why you shouldn't listen to me. This is why you shouldn't necessarily always listen to people on the internet. They'll encourage toxic behaviors like wanting to eat marshmallows. You did see the submission form was wearing blinders? It's wearing blinders. Maddie! Oh no, they're gonna sacrifice you, Chatty Maddie. Oh, you did not see it. He's wearing blinders. Okay. But you see it now? All good? All good now? Good job, everybody. We offered no tech support whatsoever. They figured it out all by themselves. Good job, everybody. You blessed what? Not Cryptid? Okay, phew. As long as I didn't get blessed. You should eat 20 marshmallows, 30 even. Marshmallows have proven scientific benefits. I read it in Big Marshmallow. Totally not biased. Totally an unbiased source. That's right, that's right. Okay, so before I scroll down and get any spoilers, that is it for castle levels for now. Next section, we'll actually be finishing it. That will be really exciting. I'm really excited by that. So let's see here. This was Death's Head. So I can delete this one. You already resubmitted, so we're good. Oh, next up is Dew on the Grass, who I actually said could go next last stream, but then they fell asleep. 30, why not 50, coward? Oh. Paid for by Big Marshmallows, that's right. They're mostly sweetener and gelatin? Huh. 50, why stop there? Why stop at all? Done. Awesome, Lucas, that's gonna be so exciting. I mean, sub-melee marshmallows? I am a marshmallow. I thought you were Coyote. Oh my god, coyotes are turning into marshmallows now. How could this happen? Cryptid didn't get that Cryptid reference to the 80s? Well, it's because Cryptid just left the swamp. Cryptid's only been out of the swamp for a few months. I'm still learning stuff. I still don't know all the references. A marshmallow infection, AU? I think our very first piece of fan fiction that was written for us was a tea apocalypse. So maybe the next thing would be our marshmallow infection. Maybe that's the continuation. It is a cursed strain of marshmallows. They're mutant marshmallows that are turning people into marshmallows. Big Marshmallows may have lied to me. I should ask Big Marshmallow if this is true. And I'll leave them 100% if they say no. Thanks for reminding me I have Fruit Loops with marshmallows that need to be... Yep, this is what this stream is for. That is the entire purpose of this stream. For nothing else. Helping writers? Nah, fuck that. It was all to be a marshmallow reminder. Paid for and sponsored by Big Marshmallow. That was the real meaning of the Cryptid Root stream all along. That's not how he tells the story. Time for more s'mores? Oh no. I don't think you guys can eat any more marshmallows. You guys have limits. You guys have limits. So yeah, I don't know if Dew on the Grass is here. Let me take a look-see. Next up after that is K.M. Gilbertson. Dew on the Grass or K.M. Gilbertson. He was trying to stop the Ghostbusters and their unlicensed nuclear reactor that could potentially blow up the entire city. He's a hero. But of course the Ghostbusters use their big corporate money to spread lies. Is that what happened? Oh my goodness. Can we raccoons clean marshmallows? It won't disappear like cotton candy does, right? Asking the big questions. We need to call in the raccoon scientists, the raccoon researchers. Please, raccoon scientists, tune in. Please give your official report to Raccoon Channel 6 News. Can raccoons wash marshmallows, or will similar tragedies such as disappearing cotton candy also occur? Yeah, we have to test. We have to test. Snake Lady and Angry Gods, Book 4, Zombie Lady and Evil God. Zombie Demon Lady. Yes. Okay. I can say words. Maybe that's actually my sign here. That's a good Raccoon 6 news story. Raccoon scientists are hard at work to see what foods will remain after cleaning. I gotta put it in the Raccoon's assignment desk. Okay. Let's see. Raccoon scientist testing which foods disappear after cleaning. Next test is marshmallows. There we go. I wrote it in the assignment desk just to remember. Words are hard some days. You are. Yeah. Words are kind of hard every day when you have dyslexia. When you're a dyslexic cryptid, words are hard every day. Words? What are words? Words, what we use to talk with raccoons. Raccoons? Archie comes in with a marshmallow in one hand and a glass of water in the other. As you can see, puts marshmallow in water. Oh my god. And squeezes it a bit. The marshmallow grows bigger as Archie smiles, and they're wearing a lab coat. You're preaching to the choir, Cryptid. It's actually so funny how many raccoons and chatters have mentioned, like, oh yeah, I'm also dyslexic. So many writers who submit their stories, they're like, oh yeah, I'm dyslexic too. And I'm like, it's just a tragic fate how there's so many of us with our goddamn dyslexic brains who are also kind of like, by the way, the thing that's really hard for me with the words, I actually like the words. The words are my hobby. I'm gonna spend my free time struggling with these goddamn words to make the funny stories. Yeah, see, you have it too, yep. Hi, Cam. Oh, we were just calling for you. You're Englishic? Englishic. You just have math int. Actually, you have a cool, like, lesser-known version of dyslexia called dysgraphia. It's like the indie version of dyslexia. I don't know all the ones I have. I know I have dyslexia. I know I have the dyscalculia? Dyscalculia? I think that's the math one. I don't know. I got the things. I don't remember what I have. I got diagnosed so young. Mama Cryptid probably remembers everything I got, but... Did Archie accidentally found the first raccoon superfood? It grows when you clean it? Or is it a plant? We must get to the bottom of this. I mean, you probably have dysgraph, yet if you have dyslexia, there's a high chance you have it. You know, it's because I got re-diagnosed so I could get some exemptions in college. Very nice. I should have looked to see if I could have gotten any helpful stuff in college when I was getting my degrees. I don't know. I think because I tested out of it in high school, right? That they kind of were like, oh, you don't really need any extra stuff. You're kind of good, aren't you? And I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty good. They were like, okay, so maybe by the time I was in college, I didn't really have any of the extra stuff anymore. Don't ask me time questions. I cannot answer them. But yeah, Cam, before I forget, Cam, would you like to have your story read now? Dyscalculia is math, dyslexia is word. Sgraphia is where whole lines of words will shift. Oh, yeah. I probably had that one too. Don't remind me. Don't remind me. I don't want to know all the shit I have. For contamination's reasons, you must keep Messy Mervin away from these experiments. You have problems with all three? Oh no. Yeah. Yeah, isn't it? It's one of the worst collectibles, isn't it? All the weird things in our brains, all the worst collectibles. Worst ones. You have a little extra time on test for my ADHD, and that's about it. When I was younger, by the time middle school, like later middle school and by high school, I didn't need any of the extra time anymore. I was like pretty on track. And again, by middle school, I was all pre-IB classes, right? And then high school, I was AP, advanced, all these college credit courses and stuff. I was doing all that stuff. So I didn't really need the extra time stuff. So it was, but when I was younger, I definitely did. That helped. But yeah, by middle school, I was so upset. I was so fucking upset because it wasn't an optional thing. So every time we did these tests, they would take me out of my classroom, my teachers and stuff, put me in a separate room with the other kids who needed the extra time because of their educational thingamajig. And then you'd have to sit there for the extra time. Test already took so long for the ones they did this for. And they would put on this extra time, and you couldn't leave early. You couldn't leave it out. And I'd be like, no, I finished. And they would double check your work. And I'm like, I already did. I did the questions. I double checked all my work. Please, can I go back to my class now? I'm done. And you're a little kid, right? You're like, you don't want to sit there. You don't want to sit there doing nothing. You can't speak, you can't even go to the bathroom because you're supposed to go to the bathroom before the test starts. And then you just gotta wait, not just even for the normal time, but for the extra time to pass now too. And you're like, please, let me go. Let me go. Let me be free. And then they would like let me out, like finally when the extra time was over that I didn't need. Bring me back to my classroom. Now all my classmates, right, they had already finished their test at the normal amount of time and had resumed class. So then I would show up and like I had missed the first part of the lesson and now I would be behind. Right, I'd be behind on stuff every time there was these big tests because they took me out for the extra time and then I'd be put back in the class in the middle of a goddamn lesson and the teacher would be like, oh, here's the sheet they're working on. And I'd be like, what was the lesson we had before you gave us the sheet? And like, oh, just follow along, or some of your classmates will catch you up on it. And all these classmates didn't fucking like me. I was a weird kid. I was a weirdo. I was dyeing my hair black in elementary school. I was wearing all black clothes in elementary school. By middle school, I was just a weirdo. None of these other fucking kids who just learned the thing half an hour ago knew how to explain it to me, nor did they want to. They were already doing their assignment. So it was like actually worse. It was worse that I had this educational thing. It just made my education worse. So when they got rid of it, when they were like, oh yeah, you don't really need all this extra time for your test, do you? I was like, yeah, no, please get rid of it. Let me just take it normally. It was actually great. I missed behind on chat because I was just yapping. I'm so sorry. Let's see. Yeah, just struggled in school except in English, oddly. Pokemon, but each Pokemon represents a learning difficulty. Shut up. Shut up, no. Watching at the gym, so chat might be slow. Oh, you're getting swole over there? Getting swole? Most of my learning difficulties got fixed by having a good voice-to-text program. I could do most anything with that. That's so interesting. I cannot just listen to stuff being explained or taught to me. I have to, like, read it or see it. I am not it's like different types of learning, right? There's audio learners and there's visual learners and there's like the hands-on learners and stuff like that. I am not an auditory, like, listener learner. I can't do it. I can't listen to audiobooks. I don't know what's happening. There's so many podcasts I think I would love, but again, I can't listen to them. Even if I like the voices, I'll forget stuff. There are some computer fonts that are better for dyslexics than other fonts. That's true. Can I give everybody a dyslexic life hack that, if you want to be able to read better, most electronic readers will sentence by sentence reader. And if not, there are apps that let you gray out everything but one word at a time. It's shockingly easy to read. I remember doing stuff like that. There was this colored see-through rulers they gave me in my class. This was later elementary school, so you'd put this like yellow or purple or blue. You could choose a color, and you would put it on like one section of lines, like this. And then it was such a big thing, but it would block out everything above it and below it. So you just had to manually move the thing across the page to read it one by line. And by then I was like, please no, this is so fucking slow. This is so slow. By then I already knew how to read okay. It was all the help I needed before to like physically fucking read. And then by the time I was here, they finally were like, oh, there's this cool new tool, so you can read line by line now. By then I should have already been like tested out of the extra educational stuff they were doing. So I was like, we're past this, lady, we are past this. This tool would have been helpful when I was still learning to read in earlier elementary school, but now I'm getting ready to test out of this stuff. What are you doing introducing this to me now? You think I want to hold a ruler up and to every single goddamn line? You think I want to be using my hands this way, that my energy this way? No, lady, no. I also didn't like the educational person I had at that time. That probably didn't help. When I was young, I had such bad dyslexia, people thought I was legitimately like mentally challenged. Yep, same here. I could not read or write my name far past the time when I should have been able to. It was bad. People actually thought, one teacher in elementary school thought Mama Cryptid must have been like abusing me at home. That was the only way to explain why I was so stupid, in her opinion. She must be like abusing me, or I must have a bad home life. That was the only way that such a nice, sweet kid who obviously wanted to learn and who did pay attention in class could be such an idiot. I must be like abused at home or something. And poor Mama Cryptid had been working so hard with me, trying desperately to teach me everything, doing all the tricks, looking up all the different things, was like arguing like, no, something's wrong. I think she has a learning disability. I think she might be dyslexic. And the teacher was like, no. It was a hard battle for poor Mama Cryptid. I wrote with my current line highlighted. Yeah, some people it's a huge thing. It's definitely a helpful thing. I think just for, again, everyone learns and grows with stuff differently. For me, I had already learned how to read normally without highlighting line by line. So then when they taught it to me, it was already like too little too late, and I was like, the person, and I was annoyed by the person too who had introduced. I'm like, person, I do not need this. And she would like manually make me sit there and like use the highlight ruler thing line by line. And I was looking at her and I was like, I don't need this. I've already learned how to read normally. This. And I was like in elementary school. I'm like, this. I can read normally. Why are we doing this little sideshow? We don't need to do this dance. And she's like, no, do it. And I was like, but I can do it without it, see? And it's fine. And she's like, do it. Like, you're not going to get out of the seat until you use the ruler. And I was like, okay. I'm very good at audio. If anyone just explains to me, I can usually get it. Audiovisual and kinesthetic. That's the 3 types. Thank you, Emerald. See, you're smart. Where am I in the queue? Let's find out. We're on Cam right now. Chetty, Maddie, Angst, Hayden Hart, Superstar, Ciola, Zakara, Nova, Bitzer, Hugo. You are number 16. I don't know if that helps you at all, but that's, there you go. And again, it's not necessarily a in order thing. It's if you're here, right? If you don't into the Rockefeller mold, then there's something wrong with you. Not dyslexic, but plenty of developmental delays. The one thing I wanted to do in school was read. OTPT was my cross to bear in elementary school. OTPT? Wait, where am I in the queue? Oh, I'm gonna write down the fucking list at some point. Every single stream now, people are asking where they are in the queue. It doesn't even really matter. I'll write it down. I'll post it in the thing at some point. Occupational physical therapy. Oh. Okay. Yeah, support poor Cam. Let me go ahead and get you ready over here. By Cam Gilbertson. Right? Yeah. Let's see. Nope. There we go. New story, let's go! Wait, now I gotta go back to... Oh my god, now I'm still in queue. I gotta go back. I have to find... I have to find it now. Wait. Oh no. Okay. This is the Western Fantasy book. Okay. This link. Control C. Over here. Over here. It's raining and it's making you sleepy. I love the rain. I love it when it rains. Or wild Western fantasy? Oh, is there a difference? Maybe I'm not too familiar with the Western genre. Is Western versus wild Western, or are those different? Is it like a subcategory? What makes something a wild Western instead of a normal Western? Let's see. I think we ended off here. So I think we ended with the end of chapter 2. Yeah, what's the difference? Okay, so you don't know either? So it wasn't just me? When they talk about Western fantasy, usually mean like Lord of the Rings? Wait, what? What? And stuff like Western Bass fantasies opposed to like Eastern fantasies. So sometimes cowboy fantasies, you have to clarify. Do you mean like it's a Western fantasy? Or is it Wild West fantasy? Because I'm very excited about that. What? Fantasies from the West. Okay, as opposed from like the East. Like I'm Journey to the West, ironically. Oh, I got you. Okay. I think I got you. Fantasy modeled after West Europe. Got it. So fantasy Western is the right order of words. Oh. Western fantasy is fantasy set in medieval Europe or something that looks like it. Got it. It's in the west side of the world. Okay. So yeah, a Western is the cowboys. Sorry, I used the two interchangeably. Hey, it's all good. I got what you meant too, so even I was curious. I'm like, huh, what do you mean? Yeah, I kind of got when they're like, oh yeah, but in the Eastern story, as in like, for that, and I was like, oh, okay. I got up. It's just poor naming of an entire genre. You know, hey, things happen, okay? I don't think they planned it this way. You thought it was cowboy elves when I read this? That's right, where's our cowboy elves? Somebody get to work on that stat. I still think it's really funny. Isn't it a thing that, like, canonically, like, the elves in Lord of the Rings are all flat earthers? When I was reading that, I'm like, oh, that's actually really fucking funny. So if you have, like, a modern AU with, like, Legolas and the elves, they all have to be, like, super hippie and, like foresty, conservationist people, but they are also believe that the earth is flat. Feel the world is Middle Earth meets Gunsmoke. Rootin' tootin', six-gun shootin'. Cowboy witches and race that act like elves. Oh, your DM is planning a Western D&D campaign? That's gonna be so fun! Your other project might as well be a Western fantasy? Hey, that's gonna be cool. By the tannin of my hide, something wicked this way rides. Yeah, that's part of the, there was it was a Tumblr post, right? I think it was originally on Tumblr, talking about how, like, cowboys or witches, they just got the... they got the one one spell slot and it's bullet. Yeah, it was the Tumblr meme. See, I'm a Tumblr kid. I'm still on Tumblr. Cryptid Roots is on Tumblr, by the way, guys. If you don't want to follow on any other social media, because everywhere else on social media is hell, and it's really, really hard interacting with social media, and you don't want to be on Instagram, you don't want to be on Facebook, you don't want to be on TikTok, you don't want to be on nothing. Cryptid Roots is still on Tumblr. I'm just saying, it's actually not too bad over there. It's about pro wrestling and orcs, but there's a lot of Western. Very cool. They not only believe that the Earth is flat, the Earth is actually flat for them. That's true. It's the only ones allowed to sail to Valinor. Yeah, it was like they were like part of... I could be getting it wrong, so this is my apologies. They were like part of the world before the Earth rounded out, and so they can still like magically see the Earth as flat, and that's why the elves have better vision. They are literally seeing the world as if it was flat, and therefore their gaze can literally go further because there's not the curvature of the Earth rounding away some of the stuff. So that's why it's like, oh, Legolas, what do your elf eyes see? The elf eyes can see further than the other fuckers. Blood, sweat, tears, and no small amount of magic was how the West was won. Hey, unfortunately, I had to be on most social media right now because that's what my job is, as a powerful Washington insider trying to get a candidate elected and being on their social media team. I have to. Hey, it's all good. You don't even have to explain that to me. Lord knows, Cryptid Roots, I'm on all the other social medias too, not because I want to, but because, like, hey, it's a business, and the business has to be on those socials. For my own mental health, I haven't been posting too much on them, but I gotta start buckling down soon and posting more content for the business soon. But hey, I get you. Let's see, wait, what? About the South of Valinor. Mocking people for believing things that are literally true seems ungracious. Wait, what's that in response to? I don't understand. I hope you're taking mental health breaks from time to time. Social media has been getting hellish as of late. It's true, it's true. Soon writing is the only content. Right? Okay, so we ended off with our main character using the super cool Shadow Horse magic. The elves in the flat earth. Yeah. Has made it through, all the way through, all the miles and miles and miles, has gotten back to the place they're supposed to be now that their grandmother has passed away. They've gotten back here in time for the ritual, for the ceremony, and for all the chaos that being back on their family land in this coven is going to be bringing. If you don't take mental breaks, we force you. Oh my goodness. Right? But now I'm getting better at it. And let's see. So their brother, but I think he also, I don't think it's been mentioned in the text. Maybe it has been, I forgot. I know the authors mentioned it's an adoptive brother, right? I think it's an adoptive brother. Cord is now here greeting us, being like, oh hey, like, welcome back. And saying, I'm so sorry, little sister. That's where we left off for chapter 2. We are now starting chapter 3, which is Vigil. If my eyeballs are working right. Oh my, the text was all the way on the right side. Why didn't you guys let me know? It was blocked off by Baby Raccoon. Soul brother. Yeah, but that's it. Just for general clarity for anyone just joining now who hasn't read the last 2 chapters, right? It's like an adoptive brother, right? And informal adoption. Okay, so yeah, it's an adoptive brother. They're very magically entwined together. They're basically like siblings through magic-y stuff. Just for anyone joining in here just now. Texas Blue. Maybe it's for a job. I don't care about it as much because my only job is to research the opposition. That's true. Sometimes doing it for a job and stuff is different compared to like your personal, how you spend like your free time, quote unquote. How you spend your free time compared to outside the job. Sometimes that's has different effects too. Chapter 3 is Vigil. Who's with her now? Talia. I asked her to take up my chair when we heard you come through the gates, Cord said, taking her arms as casually as possible and leading her up the staircase. Is that a little runoff? I've been with her almost every minute since we talked this morning. Talia and Dylan tried to take over for me a few times, but I wouldn't move. You could have, you know, Ellie whispered. Talia McKay and Jake Sutters had both been hired onto Hollowpoint after she'd left, but they had grown up in Palem and both came from respected families. They've been here long enough to be trustworthy, not put anything at risk. Hold on, I'm thinking. My little blue my brain cell is up. Oh, it's Jake, not Dylan? Oh. Talia and Dylan, and then Talia and Jake. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I got them all. Well, one, you don't have to be sorry. It doesn't bother me none. But yeah, so super good that you shot. At first, I was like, are we talking about 3 different characters? And I was just gonna go by it, because I'm like, okay, we're talking about 3 different characters, Talia, Dylan, and Jake. But no, okay, it was supposed to be 2. Got it. No, but it bothers me. Remember, whatever mistakes we as writers make, though plenty of other writers have done it before, done it far worse. If it makes you feel better, probably Cryptid's done it fucking too, don't you worry. There was, oh my god, this is a while ago. So again, I don't use Google Docs too often, but for the Necromancer Dad story, I had been for a little bit on and off, just to keep everything in one place. So I had the Google Doc, and I've mentioned before, Necromancer Dad never had an official name, not even now he doesn't still, right? So he's just Necromancer Dad in the story, right? That's just his placeholder title, until I come up with his name. But when I get mad at him, what his character's doing, when I struggle to think of what he's going to do next, when I'm struggling with his dialogue, when I was just struggling, right? And then I just start insulting him and giving him worse nicknames. until I figure it out, right? If you just insult a character for a paragraph or 2, guess what? Then you figured out the next paragraph and you can just keep writing, and until you're stuck again, and then you just insult him again. Turns out I had been insulting Necromancer Dad so much, and I guess I hadn't been creative enough. I guess I had been reusing some insults too often, that one time I tried doing the shorthand for Necromancer Dad, and Google Doc tried to correct me, tried to pull up the autocorrect of like, oh, did you mean? And it pulled up the whole like string on words of like, Necromancer Dad, you fucking useless piece of shit. I should make you bald next chapter. I should make you the ugliest necromancer. I hope all the other skeletons laugh at you in hell. It wasn't that exact one, but it was something like that. And I was like, ooh. I guess I've been reusing that one too much. Then yeah, it started pulling up like, oh, did you mean? And I'm like, oh. So I've done some bad placeholder names too and not caught it and been like, oopsie. Except mine were far more wordy. So I know we're only a few paragraphs in right now, we're only the first 2-ish paragraphs in. But just for the dialogue, some of the dialogue here I feel like could flow a little bit more naturally. Prose, which is more kind of like the non-dialogue stuff. We can sometimes get away with like longer run-on sentences, things that are a little bit more thorough, things more descriptive. Sometimes even internal thoughts can be a little bit different. But for dialogue, we normally want it to sound very natural and also very true to the characters too. But we want it to sound natural. So at first I picked up with it here. Tally and Dylan tried to take over from me a few times, but I wouldn't move. One to me as a character explained, oh, but I wouldn't move. I'm like, huh, that sounds a little weird. Yeah, how's it not natural? Yeah, I'm explaining. Don't you worry. I got you. I'm explaining. So this one I felt like, it wasn't quite as natural. I think it could be, it's not super off. I just feel like it could be more natural. We could oomph it up a little bit, right? So like Tally and Dylan tried to take over from you a few times, but, and it could even be like a ... or like a but well, something here that maybe would make more sense for how we naturally speak. But again, that one I wasn't going to stop over that one. And then we continue a bit. And then it's explaining it about who Talia and Jake, Dylan, whichever one it's supposed to be. Yeah, it's Jake. Word. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. Then it's the next line of dialogue. They've been here long enough to be trustworthy and not put anything at risk. Right? That's kind of the next one. That sounds a little bit longer to be natural. So maybe even this one will be, it could have a comma, it could be 2 sentences. They've been here long enough to be trustworthy. Like period. You know they wouldn't put anything at risk. Or you know they wouldn't risk anything. The way the dialogue's worded, it sounded more like prose rather than organic dialogue that people would actually say. So I noticed it with these two. It could just be these two. I'm going to keep reading, but if I notice it for some other ones, I'll try to point it out occasionally. Let's see. I hope it's my... We have a chance. Ooh, that's exciting. Just learned your headset glows differently based on its charge. Oh, that should be helpful. So yeah, hopefully, Cam, that explains it a little bit better. I'm like, oh, like, yeah, like, listen to, like, how people talk. Sometimes there's the pauses. Sometimes there's the commas to kind of get that space, that pause for breath when you're reading. You're just editing some social media videos. Yeah, weren't you not feeling too well a little while ago, and you were like, oh, I gotta edit these videos, but I'm not feeling well. Hopefully you're feeling better. Lurking for now, but I'll be back. All good, Arya. Thank you so much for the lurk. Hello, hello. Is it Pepin Epin? Is that how you say it? I hope that's how I said your username. Otherwise it could be like P-Pine Pin. But I'm not sure. You were feeling pretty sick before. Yeah. There's a wasp in your room? Oh my god. Yeah, you guess? Wait, what do you mean you guess? How do you want it to be said? You weirdo. Professional tips sit in public spaces and people watch, and if you're especially dedicated and weird, you can record the ambient dialogue from those spaces to refer back to at home. Even doing, like, if you're not quite extroverted enough to do that, even doing things like trying to say the dialogue out loud. Like, the only reason I noticed this, right, is because I'm reading it out loud to you guys. The OD, isn't that epinephrine? Epinephrine, not epinephrine? Pepinephrine? Blah, 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 blah. See, now I'm just messing it up. That's Narcan? Okay. Also, in my opinion, truly realistic dialogue is a trap for making boring moments. Yeah, you don't want it to be like... I think you're going, Kat, to like the extreme things of like, oh yeah, if it's super realistic, you're just talking about the weather and you're awkwardly being silent for a couple minutes, and then you're saying thank you, you too, to the waitress when you didn't mean to, and now you're embarrassed, right? Like, not that kind of stuff, but I'm saying like a believable, natural sounding dialogue for the fantastical stuff that's happening in stories. Here we're talking about, oh yeah, or people watching the corpse of this witch who's passed in the family, right? This is obviously not a normal conversation, but it can still sound organic. It can still sound true to the characters. You're not a drug. Aw, everyone go home. They're not a drug. Oh, man. We were over here like, oh, you brought the drugs, party. Yeah, epinephrine. There we go. It's not adrenaline. But it's establishing and necessary. I don't get it. I'm confused. So yeah, but I wasn't saying to get rid of this one. I was just saying like, oh yeah, reword it a little bit to sound a bit more natural. I wouldn't worry about cutting this yet. So I wouldn't worry about that yet. You're strongly anti-drug? Yeah, that's all good. I think we were just joking around a little bit. I was just trying to make a joke. Sorry if it didn't land. Guess it'd be bad for me to get those two confused. Probably. Probably getting any drugs confused could be really, really bad. I know. Cord bowed his head and swept his hat off his head. But I ordered Kay to be with her until you got here. Let's see. Drugs keep you alive? Oh. It's always probably the expensive drugs that keep you alive, right? The doctors and hospitals never over there like, oh, by the way, here's this life-saving medication. It's only $1.50. And you'd be like, oh, thank goodness, the life-saving medication. It's only $1.50. They're always like, that will be $5,000 a minute. And then you're like, no, I don't make $5,000 a minute. Oh. Let's see. By the Frankish king Pepin the Short. The wasp is for you to have the computer. That's his room now. Yeah, I get you, Superstar. Sometimes they'll be like we have the giant flying cockroaches in Florida. And whenever I see one, I'm always a chicken shit. I'm always like, nope, that's the bugs room now. I don't need to go in that room. And then Ruth will be over there like, no, but what if it's in your bedroom and you want to go to bed? I'm like, I'm not going to bed down there. I'll sleep in the living room. If it's in the living room, guess what? I'm suddenly going to go to my bedroom and go to sleep. I don't care what time it is. If it's in the bathroom, well, guess what? Magically, I don't need to go to the bathroom anymore. I hate those bugs. But yeah, they're these giant cockroaches, but in Florida, they fly. They fly in Florida. It's horrible. Y'all need a better government? We know. We know. Yeah. Yeah. Why do you think I want to run away to the Netherlands? You explained it to a Canadian. It's probably more than a Kafka story. It's like a goddamn horror story. So anyway, what are we reading? We are reading chapter 3 of a what did we decide on? It wasn't like Western story. Western magic fantasy story, right? And as we read it, I'll give little feedback, little critiques, and then at the end, after I read a few pages, I give 1 or 2 bigger critiques. You guys in the chat are also welcome to give critiques and feedback. The only rules, again, you guys gotta be nice about it, right? We don't need to be any bullies. We don't need to be any haters. We're all just writers and creative folks, and we're all just trying to help each other become better writers. That's all. Fantasy Western, there we go. Cattle Punk! Oh, that's cute. But 5K a minute for life-saving medical care is excessive. Don't... Yeah, Papa Cryptid had cancer, had a really, really, really rare form of cancer. That was, for many, many situations like that, would have been the end financially for any family. We are very lucky that over years and years and years, Mom and Papa Cryptid were able to pay off that medical debt. But very easily it could have, medical debt could have stayed with you till you died. Absolutely. It was a life-altering diagnosis, not even just because of the cancer, but because of how it affects the family and the finances. This man, we got to know him. Okay. There are some things that are only for family. Something like that. He gave her an empty smirk as they got to the door of the master bedroom on the second floor. Are you ready for this? I can go back to sitting vigil if you can't go in just yet. Oh, are you asking about the why most Americans don't donate their organs in the US? Was that what it was about? You see? Is that what it's about? Organ harvesting is a real thing over here. It's scary. So one of the things here that I also noticed, I'm like, oh, we went straight from where we were outside, they were talking, to now they are on the second floor outside the master bedroom. And this seems, coming back home, seems such like a massive moment. You guys harvest organs for real? It is a huge problem. So here in the US, they cannot get your organs unless you specifically do the thing on like your government ID, being like, yeah, when I die, you can use my organs to like save somebody else. Most Americans do not do that. So again, most people who could be saved if they had an organ donation, they're put on a massive list. They do not get the organ, right? Especially if they're lower on the list. So what happens is that, so you think like, oh no, that's so sad. If you think, oh no, that's so sad, and you go to the DMV, and you change your government ID to say, oh yeah, you can donate my organs once I'm dead to like go save somebody, to go offer somebody like life-saving care, right? That seems like a good thing. There are so many numerous things that are being reported when the hospital or the doctors realize you are an organ donor, they might not take the best care of you. Like, let's say you are in a car crash, and you're rushed to the hospital, right? Because you're in serious injury, like you could die. Like, so they rush you to the hospital because you were in a car crash, and they're giving you life-saving care because, like, oh no, like you were in a car crash. We need to like save your life, right? We're doctors. This is the hospital. We're gonna save you. Then they see, oh, you are an organ donor. If you don't make it, there's suddenly more organs that are available. There have been multiple cases of people who could have still been saved, being like, no, we can't save them, just rush them out the door, like, yeah, we need those organ bits. So a lot of people don't put themselves down to donate because they're worried they won't actually get proper medical care, that they won't be saved when they could have been. So then that decreases the amount of people willing to donate the organs, which then increases the need for organs and stuff, and therefore it's a horrible cycle here. It's a horrible cycle. So if it's too many resources to resuscitate a donor, they just prioritize the donated organs. I have an organ donor on my license, though I don't know if anyone would want my hard-covered innards. My treatment is already awful, and they managed to make it worse. I'm impressed. Suddenly more organs. That's awful. Where are you that this is horrible to you? I'm like, oh yeah, it's just an everyday part of life. Because I was gonna update mine to be like, oh yeah, I'll donate the organs. That seems like a nice thing to do. And then I saw it, and I'm like, oh, I would be devastated. And I would feel so guilty for my family if I ever had to be rushed to the hospital. And there was something I could have survived through. But then they saw that I was an organ donator. And then they wouldn't save me. And then I wouldn't come back home to my family. And I would feel too guilty. So then I changed my mind. I'm like, oh yeah, I won't donate organs anymore. I need the hospital to actually try and save my ass. Soup's on after all. Be punished for such a kind and generous gesture. Yeah, there are even some things where they don't fully check to make sure that you're fully dead before they declare you brain dead. You know how like you can be brain dead and you're still kind of legally dead. In some cases, especially for organ harvesting, there were some things where the patients weren't legally brain dead, as in they could still hear and understand what was going on. They were not brain dead. And the doctors were like, I mean, if we don't look too closely at it, they're basically brain dead. And then the person would have been harvested for the organs, so it's pretty scary. I've been in and out. How did this come up from someone's story? Oh dear God, who knows with this stream? It didn't. Yeah, there's nothing here. We were just going up the stairs in this story, nothing. You guys expect me with my ADHD ass to make coherent sense. Anyone touches my organs, they get themselves sued into oblivion. The problem is that the person's dead. You can't sue someone if you're dead. You're already dead. You already got the big sleep. The big permanent sleep. Okay, I'm focusing. So yeah, so let's see that. They were, to answer your question, KM, it goes from they were outside, they're talking, he gives her a smirk as they got to the door of the master bedroom on the second floor. So for me, sometimes if it's a boring scene and we don't want the details of all the rooms that we've already been through, it's totally okay to do this. For me, this is the first time Ellie's come back home, and it's been such a big thing in the last 2 chapters of how much like everything here is bringing back memories, how conflicted she feels, how coming back to these stables, to these other horses, to these other people is bringing back so many conflicted feelings in her. So I'd almost think like, oh yeah, stepping into the house for the first time after all these years, but now her grandmother's passed away, right now her grandmother's deceased, would be such a pivotal moment. So in this instance, I think we actually should have more details of like what it's like to enter the home. What does the home look like? What does this coven of a house look like for witches in this Western fantasy? What does it look like? Makes her never say Maddie's hand. Wait, what? Yosu and death. You realize your skin is an organ, right? Isn't it one of the largest organs? Am I wrong about that? I think I could be wrong about that. It might not be the largest, but I think it's one of the larger organs you have. Sometimes I wonder if I'm being too mean to my protagonist. So far, she bought a TV with no way to get it home, and on her walk to the bus stop, it already crushed her bread and then the carton of eggs. Be meaner to her. Push her off a cliff. I want a bus to almost hit her. And then it still hits the TV that she just paid for. And then it's sad. Then you're being mean to her. Unless you just cut it accidentally. All good. Skin is the largest organ. Look at that, everybody. Cryptid has a working brain cell. That's interesting, Hugo. I did not know that. So let's see. I can go back to sitting vigil if you can't go in just yet. No, Ellie nearly choked on the word. How could she be ready? This is the woman who took her in from the day she was born. Kay had raised her and taught her everything she knew about the world, about her magic and about herself. Now she was gone with no warning. Hi, Ghost. Oh, hi. Are you playing with a toy? What is it? Why you cry? Nothing's happening to you, baby. Why you cry? Oh, okay, bye. He just took his toy and left. Like, he walked over with his toy, crying, and then looked at me when I was asking him questions, and he picked up his toy and walked away. Like, fine, okay, I won't ask you questions anymore. Sue me for asking if you're okay, baby. Can I make the background of the text brighter? View. File. I don't believe I can. This isn't my file to mess with. Let's see. Should this first one be a semicolon? I know that's a nitpicky thing. What was the question? Sorry? Someone was asking if, wait, what was it? Making the background of the text brighter. Do you want the text brighter or the background brighter? I don't want it too bright, because, then it hurts other people's eyeballs. Hurts your eyeballs. But, anyway, I don't think I can mess with it. I know I'm on... Wait, maybe I can. Is it my night mode? If I take it off night mode, it's going to be bright white. It's going to be super bright white. So I don't want to do that. Oh, I don't know. I think this first one should be a semicolon. It's too low for legibility. When you hear Aztec, what creature comes to mind first? Isn't that Quetzalcoatl? Quetzalcoatl? It begins with like a Q. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Hopefully. Hopefully I'm at least close. Yeah, the feathered serpent. Lion snake. Quetzalcoatl? That word. I'm so glad you guys know letters. I don't. I just knew it began with a Q. And now she was gone with no warning. Ellie was back in Palem, in the house where she'd been born. Should be home, but instead it was just a place she hadn't been for 6 years. How could she handle witnessing the ultimate proof? Not that she needed it at this point, that a piece of her heart was gone forever. After a moment, she nodded for him to open the door. I'm her flesh and blood. This is my job. For now, at least. You're good at letters. We had alphabet magnets when I was small. Ooh. Quetzalcoatl? Quetzalcoatl? Quetzalcoatl. No. No. I'm unlearning that one too. The Men in Black thingamajig. Delete it from my brain. I don't wanna. I'm not joking. Get out of here. You're banned. I don't care that you're over 2 stream streak. Banned. Forbidden knowledge. I don't want to know it. Give me another bird fact. Give me a bird fact and you can stay. You missed the Aztec anime? Ooh, there was an anime one? A large, semi-transparent black veil was hanging from the ceiling around the bed. The mix of scents hanging in the air was a sweet, floral perfume, matched with the unmistakable scent of death. Talia sat with her head bowed on the chair just outside the perimeter of the veil and looked up. Her deep brown eyes were dry and despondent as she turned to see them entering the room. Miss Elvina, she approached them with a marked nod. If there's anything I can get for you. Birds have hollow bones? Very, very neat. Very, very cool. That's true. Aren't there... I think there's like 1 or 2 species of birds, and they have the less hollow bones, and that's why some of them can't fly. Or they can't fly as good. I think some of them got less hollow bones. I could be wrong, though. I'll fully admit that. Every autumn, the part of a black capped chickadee's brain, responsible for memory, goes by 30% to help it find its hidden seams throughout the winter. In the spring, it shrinks back to normal size. I like that bird fact. Did you know that every bird contains enough hollow bones to form a complete avian skeleton? Wow, in every bird body there's enough bones to make a bird skeleton? It's like the one fact where... Well, it's actually the opposite of that kind of fact. The one bit... Hi, Ghost! Where for every snake in the world there's a snake penis. Hi, baby. Are you bored? Is that the problem? Oh, then everyone, the model's gonna glare at you. I'm gonna throw something for the baby. That way he can chase it. Hold on. Baby. I'll find the toy for you. Okay, okay. I'm back. I'm back. He just wanted to have his toy thrown down the hall. He's just a cutie. Make the perfect quack sound that most people associate with the sound of ducks. Drake mallards don't quack. They make a rasping sound instead. Oh, I don't like that fun fact. There's 2 for each snake. No, there's... The male snakes got 2, but the females don't. So for every snake, statistics-wise, there's 1 snake penis in the world. Because the boy snakes got 2, and the girl snakes have 0. But it's a bird fact. You asked for it. You gotta give me better bird facts. You gotta pass the vibe check. God dang Loch Ness Monster. No. Chat him out of your band. Chat him out of your band. Stop giving me the bad facts. These aren't fun facts. These are bad facts. These are unfun facts. It's just Ellie, Talia, please. She wanted to insist as gently but as firmly as possible. Should the second... Someone who knows grammar better than me. 400 more points till you get 29,000. Ooh! Male western meadowlarks typically have 2 mates at the same time. Male eastern meadowlarks sometimes have 3. Oh my god, those goddamn hoes. Not to be outdone, male red-winged blackbirds can have up to 15 mates at one time. I'd just be fucking tired. So she wanted to insist as gently but firmly as possible. I feel is how this one should read. Not but as... Insist as gently but as firmly as possible. For some reason, there's 3 asses here. not the pus, but the AS's. There's 3 of them here, and I'm like, oh, that looks like a lot. So I think we can get rid of the middle one. I feel like it reads more organically, but I could be wrong. So somebody who knows grammar better than Cryptid, double check Cryptid here. Morning was no time to stand on ceremony in their own home. Ah, my lo-fi beats. I know Gran cared for you. I don't have the sole claim on loss only because I'm the one who shared her blood. Of course, Miss I'm sorry, Ellie. Talia bowed again. I'm sure you're hungry after traveling so long. I'll go now to prepare some food. Even this one, like, I'll go now to prepare some food, I think should be like, I'll go prepare some food now, I think is how most people would say it. There's once a non-flying bird species that went extinct when the island they lived on sunk. When the island reappeared, a closely related bird species populated the island and became non-flying, indistinguishable from the extinct species. Non-bird fact: bumblebees can in fact fly. What are you guys all doing? You guys are so silly. Do you want me to go? Cord asked quietly, and stood in the doorway when they were left alone. I can wait outside if... No, Ellie whispered, sitting down in the vacant chair. You belong here just as much as I do. You know she loved you like a son. Fun raccoon fact. After bats, raccoons are the second most frequently reported rabid wildlife species according to the CDC. Is that a fun fact? That sounds like another unfun fact. Yeah, she sure had a knack for taking in strays, didn't she? There was bittersweet humor in his voice. It was as if he was trying to remember himself before meeting Kay Rel Karras at the old Iron Gate Saloon, when he was passing through town on the way to nowhere in particular. Oh, wait, let me... That one feels a bit run-on. I don't want to think of where I'd be if Kay hadn't taken me in. She cared about the rest of us plenty, but you? You were a cornerstone. She loved you more than anyone. You've got to know that. Penguin likely originates from Welsh, meaning whitehead. Pen, head, plus gwyn, white. Ah. It originally referred to the now extinct great auk, which had a white patch between its beak and eye, before being applied by sailors to Antarctic birds in the 1580s. Oh, that's a fun fact. I like that one. Another fun bird fact. A chicken violently chased me when I was a kid. This is why I eat fried chicken. That chicken was actually a psychic. It saw you in the future eating its fellow brethren. So it was like, oh, this kid's gonna grow up and eat my brethren. I have to I have to try and end the cycle before it begins. Thus starting the cycle. So it's yeah, fun fact. Cryptid is the bone eater. Oh no. She looks so small, Ellie said, her eyes falling to where her grandmother rested for the first time since entering the room. The body on the bed was indeed only a small old woman, with freshly combed and braided black and gray hair. Can vary a lot of stuff in one sentence. Years and signs of hard work etched the lines on her face in folded hands. But what Ellie could see through the veil and tears gathering in her eyes, well, it could almost be called peace. Well, his brethren shouldn't be so good with barbecue sauce and potato wedges. This is maybe a nitpicky thing. Should we have the description of the grandmother before Ellie says she looks so small? To me, that's more of a this is like more of a line edit thing, of being like, oh, like where should this line fall in between these other lines? Like in my head, I'm like, oh, I think we should have the description before Ellie talks about the description, but that could also just be me being a little OCD. You forgot I streamed today? Yeah, hello. Right, I changed things up a little bit with everything after Woe, right? I kind of threw all the schedule off. Ordinarily, she hated crying or showing powerful emotion in front of people, but this wasn't any ordinary day, and Cordero Cortez wasn't people. She'd been the only survivor of the day she was born, and living with the losses of mother and twin brother had left her with frayed edges until Cord had shown up. This is a lot of telling. There's a lot of telling right here. She never looked small or frail to me before. I don't know. I always saw her as indestructible, damn near immortal. She was bigger than life, Cord said, laying a hand on her shoulder. She was a fine woman, the best one I ever knew. What am I supposed to do now? You do what Kay would tell you to do, he answered. You pick yourself up, and you take each day as it comes. So yeah, right here, just saying, like, rather than through the story being like, oh yeah, she doesn't like crying in front of people, but she does it in front of Cord. Rather than at some point mentioning, oh yeah, her mother and twin brother died. It's explaining it here to tell the readers this is important, rather than just letting this seem like an important scene to the reader. So I think right here, this is the part where I'm like, oh, it's telling rather than showing. And how am I supposed to do that? Her voice cracked, and her breath came short as all the feelings of the last 12 hours came to the surface. Hey, easy does it. Cord reached for her and coursed her hands behind her head to straighten her posture and try to keep hyperventilation at bay. Okay, then I'm just dumb. Well, first of all, don't say that. You're not dumb. You're not just dumb. I don't want you to say that in my chat, because that's not true. You wrote all this cool stuff over here. Why would you insult yourself because I have a critique for one little thing? So you're not dumb. I think you're very, very smart. And I think you're very talented. But as an example, rather than saying, oh, this is an important scene, this character so very rarely ever shows emotions and such, but it would be more of a showing to she's acting calm and stuff, she's acting normally as she has been, right, with Talia. And then as soon as Talia closes the door and there's that final echoing, like, door close and it's just her and Cord in the room, then she starts breaking down, then the tears start coming out. You're not telling the readers, oh hey, she only cries in front of, like, Cord. You're showing the readers, oh hey, as soon as Talia left and she's alone with Cord, now the tears are here, now the tears have come. And then the readers would just connect two and two together. Oh yeah, she only cried when Cord was here. Let's see, what was the other part? But if that's what's in her head, wouldn't the reader want to know that specifically? Well, that didn't read like it was in her head. That didn't read like a thought. Let's see, where was it? Where was that line? So, like, when because I've lost people, right? I've lost people. When I'm having that breakdown from loss and stuff, when I'm having those deep emotional moments in my life, I'm not there breaking down and thinking the thought, oh, I normally hate crying in front of people or showing powerful emotions in front of people, but this wasn't any ordinary day. And this one person, you know, like Mama Cryptid is not any person. Mama Cryptid's been there since the beginning. Mama Cryptid's seen me cry since I was a baby. It's okay to cry here. That's not like a thought. You're feeling it, and when you look back, you can explain your reactions that way. Like, oh yeah, why did you only cry there? I'm like, oh yeah, I don't like showing emotions in front of other people. It was okay to cry in front of this family member who's you know, like, raised me and, like, seen me at my worst before. It was okay. But you're not, like, rationalizing stuff like that as, like, a conscious thought. This is just prose. This isn't her thought, this is just prose. Okay, that much I can understand, yeah. So then I would literally just describe it as the action. She's fine. Everything here is good. And then as soon as Talia leaves and that door closes and Ellie like takes the breath, she maybe's not even looking at the body yet. She's alone. Cord's over here like looking at her, like checking to see if she's okay. And then just the floodgates open, right? Then she's just bawling, right? Then she's crying and just explaining it like that. And then the readers will understand, like, oh yeah, like now that she's alone with this trusted person, with this Cord guy that she's had the spiritual dream with, and he's the one who told her the news, and he's the one that told her, like, and she rushed all the way over here in the last 12 hours to get here in time. Now the floodgates open, but we don't need it like spelled out in like a telling way for us here what's happening. Okay, wait. Hey, easy does it. Cord reached for her and coursed her hands behind her head to straighten her posture and try to keep hyperventilation at bay. That one's a little long too. That's it. In and out. How am I supposed to do anything? Ellie asked. She paused for a moment to follow Cord's instructions. I can't even breathe. You don't have to breathe right now. He pressed his lips to the crown of her head. Ellie knew Cord would hardly call himself affectionate, but that general rule applied to every soul on Earth except Alvina and Kay Ralcaris. Now she supposed it was only herself. You just take it all minute by minute, enough to get through one day and then another, and before you know it, you'll turn around and see you've been living your life. Yes, even Ellie knew Cord would hardly call himself affectionate, but that general rule applied to every soul on Earth except Alvina and Kay Ralcaris. Even that one's a little bit telling. You have a hard time comforting people during panic attacks? And it's different for different people too, right? Something that works for one person does not work for another person. It's hard. Maybe even rewording this one a bit to be a little bit less telly or showy. Like, Ellie knew Cord, like, had only ever been affectionate to Alvina and Kay Ralcaris. Now she supposed it was only to herself. So I would just reword it slightly. I don't know why that one's jumping out at me a bit. That one I would look at again. How could she just leave me like this? She's a fine woman, he repeated. His voice was full of admiration, making it clear the sentiment was far more than just empty words. Saved my life for me, that's for damn sure. What's more, she raised you to be a woman who can handle anything, even this. Elvina. Okay. Man, I would never get that except for the fact that you tell me. Where was that? But also remember, if this is something you're planning to get published, people are going to say it wrong. So I know you're saying it's important to you, and I'm respecting that, and I'll try to say it right. But as an author, if you want this to be published, people are going to fucking say it wrong. People just are. It's what happens. It's even basic words, even basic names out there, people are getting wrong. Our grandmother actually couldn't say me or Roots' real names. They got her, before she passed, to say Roots' real name correctly, but it was really, really difficult. They had to, like, focus on it. That's what pronunciation guides are for. If you think every living soul in the world can understand a pronunciation guide, that is very kind and generous of you. That's very kind and generous of you. I've worked customer service. I know some people are dumb as a box of shit. I've worked retail. I've been in the trenches. I go outside. I'm in Florida. I go outside, I see people dumb. I say I would say analogies that I don't think I want to say on Twitch and be recorded as. Mm. It's named after my great grandma, so it's special to me. Yep, and I totally get that, which is why I'm gonna try and say it correctly from now on. I've tried to say it correctly before when the reminder was fresher for previous times when I've read for you. But just to let you know, if you want this to be published, people are gonna say names wrong. It's that's part and parcel for it. So I'm just telling you to get your heart ready for that now, so it won't be as devastating later. Okay. You're dumb. You could fall into a bag of titties and still come out sucking your thumb. Just finished and posted a short story. Do you want the link here or not? Now, if it's in the Discord or the Google Docs submission form, then you're all good. I worked 8 years in Vegas in a Vegas hotel. I have seen things. Looks as clever as a box of hammers. Hammers are useful. Hammers are fucking useful. Some people are not. Let me just be clear. So let's see. So even this. Someone's here. She heard the alert bell ring out, triggered by an arrival outside. Is that her saying it? Have you seen or heard from Mother Renee yet? So I think that's her saying it. I think this is Ellie saying it. No, a blunt spear you can still throw and have fun. That's just a training spear. You resumed the lurk. A video I found on Facebook. Yeah. See, a blunt spear is just a training spear. That's all that is. It's just a toy spear that still has use. That's still useful. It has a different use, but it's still useful. So yeah, I think this is her here. Some of them, I'm like, oh, it's a little jarring. They suddenly switch from what they were talking about. So like her saying, how could she just leave me like this? And then he doesn't answer. He just goes to, she's a fine woman. And I'm like, oh, that's an interesting thing. But I was rolling with like, okay, he's answering that way. Okay. And then, he's doing all that. He finishes his dialogue, even this. Someone else, which in this case is Ellie, says, oh, someone's here. And I'm like, wait, what? Hello. Oh, it's Black Dragon Tavern. Hello. Let me type a welcome message. Welcome, Raiders. I almost just typed welcome message. Welcome on in, Raiders. Hello. Cryptid Hunter. Yeah, I don't think anyone's taken Archie out of their last hiding spaces the last few times they were running from Cryptid Hunters. Archie, where are you hiding? It's a tiny tavern raid? Oh, that sounds so cute. Hello. It's good to see you guys. Welcome on in. How was your guys' stream? What were you guys up to? What was happening in the tavern tonight? It's a funny hour. It's almost 1 a.m. local cryptid time. Wait, a canyon? Are Archie's going in a canyon? What? When was there a canyon? What? When did that appear? What wild coyote shit is this? Okay. Coyote guard, hide heart. You gotta go get Archie. They're. I don't even know if they know where they're going. Oh, welcome message rated. I almost typed that. I really almost did. I almost just typed in welcome message instead of welcome raiders. It was so funny. I was like, oh wait, I gotta catch myself. Hello. Did you guys have fun? Did you guys do anything fun in your stream tonight? Right now, for anyone new joining us here, I actually read stories and I give critique for people who submit their stories and scripts and outlines for for reading and critique in the Google Docs and the Discord. So I read a couple pages, I point out little things that can maybe fix or be cleared up a little bit if I notice them. But otherwise, after a few pages, I give 1 or 2 pieces of critique. You guys in chat are also welcome to give critique, again, as long as we're all nice about it, right? We don't need to be any meanie raccoons in here. It was a wild bit of night. You had 2 short chapters and a bit of an event with a tavern friend. Oh, that sounds so fun. Yep, the coyote hiding heart's off to go get Archie. How far, Zoe? How far away did Archie run? How far away are they? Who's next after KM? Just curious. I think I'll probably end it with KM because it's almost 1 a.m. here. So where was I actually? Okay, we've got at least a little bit. Wait, hold on. What page was this? This was page 11. We're on 12. We're about to start 13. Okay. Guys, do you think I should start writing? Only you know the answer to that. Maybe you like writing. Maybe you don't. Maybe you're like, no, actually writing would be the most horrible, like, dreadful thing ever. Maybe it's the greatest hobby ever that you would love. It's only up to you, buddy. I can't answer that question for you. Oh, it should be alarm bell, not alert bell? Okay. So who's at the top of the list for Saturday? Those same 3 people that I keep tagging, and I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen them in a little while. So let me go. This is Kim Gilbertson. Yes, I'll delete this one. And then I just go down it. It shows we still haven't seen Maximum Sharpie, Lord Sanctify, who has 2 things in here, and then Eli Illustrates. So if they're there, then I'll be like, okay, you guys are at the front of the queue. Like we can get you done. You guys have been waiting for the longest. And after that, I just keep on going through the thing. I guess yeah. I don't know. I guess they just been missing the last few streams. If they were here, I would have read them already. I feel bad for making them wait so long. Harfell down is Maddie. So Eli Illustrates. Callie, I think I'm gonna get rid of. Then Dew on the Grass, who wasn't here, and then Chatty Maddie. So yeah, after those people who normally aren't here, it's Dew on the Grass, Sir Chatty Maddie, and then Angstace. I don't know how to say your name. I'm so sorry. So yeah, it's Dew on the Grass, Chatty Maddie, and then you. So it's those 3, and I don't think Dew on the Grass was here either today. So if it's similar, they vanished into the woods. So yeah, if those same 3 still don't show up, I think hopped in for a moment. I decay if they're still here. Yeah, it's just hard because like just hopping from, I'm like, oh well, I'm already reading somebody else. It's hard. Okay, so I'll need to set an alarm. It's all good. If you even want to like clarify, like, hey, I don't want to be in for the next one. I just want to be first for like the one after that. That's fine too. Like what? I'll work with you guys as long as they stayed out of the cornfields. See, I think I have enough experience creating prose. Well, it's not even about experience. It's just do you want to? You're the only one who can tell if you want to write or not. That's it. No one else can decide that but you. Meowdy? I saw world's largest sweet tea and I had to come running. Yeah, that picture, besides for baby raccoon at the top, that picture, I actually took of it because I got to see it. I got to see it in person in South Carolina. It was super cool. And then Roots cropped out the image, got rid of all the stuff on the side. So now we could have it here. Normally, baby raccoon has a mini fridge they're on now. Not a mini fridge. They have a fridge. It's mini on the screen, but they have a fridge. But yeah, it's a special little treat since I just got to see the world's largest sweet tea a few days ago. I'm like, oh, I should let baby raccoon have that. You love sweet tea? Oh my god, yeah, it was so cool. It was taller than a person. This was a huge thing of sweet tea. It was crazy. See, look at that. Look, it was in between these two buildings. It's in South Carolina. It was a fun little stop. It was cute. So become the world's best furry porn author. Whatever makes you happy, I guess. That's what floats your boat. I'll go. Oh, poor Kay. I'm getting stuck in the ads. Does Roots actually exist? Yeah, they're my sibling. In real life, they're my in real life sibling. And then if you see them in the thingamajig here, they're known as Knitbone. Their username in Twitch is Knitbone. You'll sometimes see them in and out. And other times you'll sometimes hear me talk to them. Not tonight. They're going to bed early. I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow. But other times if you hear me in stream and I'm like talking to somebody in the kitchen, and I'll be like, oh yeah, would you mind getting me a drink refill? Would you mind doing this? That's actually normally Roots. That explains everything. Yeah, so we're a sibling team in real life. We're siblings. We started the business Cryptid Roots in 2020. And we started the embroidery patch business. And now, yeah, so we started up the Twitch streaming. It's mostly me doing it. I'm the more social one out of the two of us. But yeah, Roots is my little IT tech support, my first little mod, helping their big sister learn how to be a streamer. Here, have a drink. Oh, thank you. Here's everyone's sippy. But yeah, in Twitch world, it's Commander Roots. They're the first raccoon that got human knowledge. Do you do custom? We sometimes do. It depends on how busy we are with other orders and stuff. But yeah, we do everything from like mini patches, normal size. We've done back patches. Our work's been on the Grammy Red Carpet twice on 2 different artists. We had a contract we fulfilled with Legoland. Oh, thank you. Hi, welcome on. I hope you enjoy hanging out with the Cryptid Cult. Yeah, we fulfilled a patch order for Legoland one time a few years ago for the patches for a parade that they opened up in California. We did the pirate patches for them that go on the pirate hats for that section of the parade. Oh, too awesome for me. No, we have a little Etsy shop. You can look up Cryptid Roots on Etsy. That's our little Etsy shop. We make little anime and cool and funky, spooky, gothic patches. We do all sorts of little things. I'm just saying, like, yeah, like this is like a legit business. Our stuff's been in a couple of little boutiques and stores across the U.S. We had a biker gang, an all-female biker gang, who ordered matching local witch patches. So somewhere out there's this all-female biker gang. It was like 6 or 8 of them that all wanted matching local witch patches. And I was like, hell yeah! And we sent them the local witch patches. That was earlier on in our Etsy shop business. And so yeah, there's a little all-female biker gang wearing our patches that I think is neat. I'm actually more excited about that than the Legoland contract. One of the first back patches that we ever did was the Nightmare Foxy one. There's also the ongoing Cryptid Wiki that will someday add links to Cryptid's Etsy, YouTube, and Twitter channels. Now this is getting too fancy for me, oh my goodness. But yeah, you feel free to reach out. I can't always say that we'll accept it, just depends on how busy we are, how many colors is it, if you agree. It all just depends. But hey, you feel free to shoot over a message on Etsy. I'll see if we can do the order or not. It will be cool. But yeah, we do all sorts of fun stuff. So let's see. She heard the alarm bell. You said it was supposed to be alarm, not alert. I just checked the Etsy shop. 5 stars with 2.4 thousand reviews. Yeah, we've sold a couple. We're almost on 5 or 6,000 sales. I forget what number of sales we're at. There's the symbol of fused sword. Yeah, I don't do artwork, so remember, I don't have the drawing skills. So if you're asking me to draw something and then make it into a patch, I can't do that. You gotta already have the artwork. I don't do the artwork. Cryptid no draw. Cryptid's not a good artist. But yeah, we're fancy. Just for Sean R. Arnold? What was that? We have it for Which one you got? And also, guys, just be careful. I don't like too many links posted in it. Sometimes I'll say okay. You just gotta pay Cryptid 500k to practice draw. Yeah, you know what? For 500k, I will practice drawing. That doesn't even guarantee it'll be a good drawing. I will practice drawing. All good, all good. Superstar? It's oh, the Way to Go Superstar one. Yeah, it's from it's a Five Nights at Freddy's patch. It's from the Security Breach one. You like the glam rock Freddy always goes, "Oh, way to go, Superstar." So it's part of that series. I didn't actually like the colors too much, but it was Glamrock Freddy's colors was this lighter bright orange and bright blue. And I'm like, okay, we'll make it, but probably not too many people will like it. After Security Breach was out, so many people loved that patch. We sold quite a couple of them, and I'm like, oh, okay, even if I don't like the colors, people still loved it. Yeah, somebody, I will only lose it if somebody defeats me in an authorized competition. Oh. Could you ever, like, could it, if there's no more competitions, and you're growing old one day, could you pass it on to the next, in your line, in your lineage? And then they own the honorary title until someone defeats them in combat? Is that how it works? Have you seen or heard from Mother Renee yet? I had words with her earlier. She said she'd be here before sundown. Cord crossed the window, which was also clad in black. Uh-oh. Hey, Elf. Your father is here. It's like he's with your aunt and brothers. Oh, the Grim Reaper would get the title then. But if somebody defeats the Grim Reaper... Oh yeah, easy, easy, easy. You know, easy win, just beating the Grim Reaper. Oh yeah, obviously, you know, you can do that on any old Tuesday. Obviously. Happens all the time. Okay, I'm back from my lurk. What have I missed? People are just now realizing Cryptid Roots is not just the little fun Twitch stream over here, it's actually the business we've been running for years that does embroidery. I keep forgetting most people don't know that yet. I should advertise it more often. Boggle? What's Boggle? Even the... Uh-oh. Hey, Elf. Your father is here. Looks like he's with your aunt and brothers. Well, we knew this was coming, didn't we? She said dully, eyes not leaving the deathbed. Wish we'd had more time with her alone. Wait, what? Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Don't say partakes of Cryptid's DNA. That sounds like they're eating. Wait, what? No, like, yeah, we're technically half siblings, but yeah, Roots is my younger sibling. I'm the older yet shorter sibling. It's that classic anime trope. I am the older but shorter sibling. It needs more than a few times. Wait, what? Okay, it's a board game? Okay. The older little sister banned. Banished. Walk the plank. Oh. It's the curse of almost all first siblings. They are the shorter sibling. I hate it. I hate it. If you guys make fun of my height too much, remember I am capable and willing as a crazy Florida woman that I will remove your kneecaps. I am too affected by that curse. Okay. Yeah, if you guys make fun of me and you guys are too tall, I will yoink your kneecaps out of your body. Loki just waiting for Raccoon 6 news and decides it's been long enough to come back from the lurk. Shout out to the younger, bigger siblings. No shout out. No shout outs for them. Okay, sorry. I guess you can take me off of the list. No, it's not kinky. You're banned too. You're banned too. Yeah, everyone's banned. So I wish we had more time with her alone. True, though I'm a little surprised your Aunt M wasn't here already, giving us all a headache before the others got off the train. Cord turned away from the window, dismissing whatever other less-than-kind words he had for the Karras family. Do you want me to stall them? Headline, Florida woman yoinks Chat's kneecap on live Twitch stream. I would get both. I would get both. I want a matching set. I'm not going to just get one kneecap. That's ridiculous. You think I'm going to go up to the other cryptids in the woods and just show one singular kneecap? That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing, Hugo. Don't do that to me. I would take both. I need the matching set. It was a typo. Okay, you're excused. You're excused. You're fine. That's fine. We all make typos. As a dyslexic cryptid, I can't make fun of typos. I just gotta accept it. So do you want me to stall them? No, I had to deal with them eventually, right? Voice was as weak as her shaking legs as she stood. Thanks for being here, Cord. Will you stay up here with her? At least until we hear from the Caligo? Is that how I say it, Caligo? Of course, kiddo. Wait, why is he calling her kiddo? Why is he calling her kiddo? This is his adopted sister. I honestly think if I had an adopted sibling and they called me kiddo, I wouldn't have an adopted sibling anymore. I'd be back to an only child. Stream, have you had anything to drink recently? Oh, that's so sweet. Yeah, chat's been keeping me hydrated. I've been bad tonight though. I haven't been drinking water. I've been drinking soda as a little treat because man, it's been a busy week. You're only taking kneecap? Dang, I never thought you would go low and not go with the elbow cap as well. Back from a brief interruption. Hello, welcome back. Florida woman takes 81 kneecaps from 27 people in Twitch stream. Wait, what? Wouldn't that be 54 kneecaps? Am I miscounting? 27 times 2? 7, 14, 40, 50, 54? It's 54 kneecaps then, right? Three kneecaps from each person somehow? Oh, I was really productive. Wow. I impressed myself. But yeah, I think if I had an older adopted brother who called me kiddo, I wouldn't have an older adopted brother anymore. Did I do the math right? It's 54? Oh my god, sorry, I did the math right. But no, Hugo says I got 3 kneecaps from each person. I waited until you grew a new one, and then I took that one too. Just to prove a point. Prove a point. Teach a lesson. So this section, I'm noticing too, every paragraph for a while starts with the dialogue. She was bigger than life, and then it describes stuff. What am I supposed to do now? You do what Kay would tell you to do, and then it describes stuff. How am I supposed to do that? It describes stuff. Hey, easy does it. How am I supposed to do anything? It's everything for a while starts with the dialogue. I think we could have a little bit more variety for a bit. And then the reason why I stopped there is because I was seeing how long it was going to do that. Now here we have it breaking up. Now we just have the descriptions. We have the normal prose. And then it looks like, just looking ahead, it then falls back into that pattern, right? The dialogue. 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 So I would keep an eye out for it to make sure it's not constant. Every paragraph is starting with the dialogue. Because for me, I was like, oh, it almost feels a little repetitive, like having maybe even like it start with like an action or a description, and then it goes to the next thing of dialogue, and going back and forth, just to vary up the structure a bit. He's 5 years older. That gives him license to call their kid for the rest of their lives. I would kill a man. You wish you were doing so I could give up already. You got this, Hugo. You can do it. You can do it. You have the crime for chapter 3 now? Oh, that's exciting. So, of course, did she really want to face the rest of the family? Not in the least. She had 100 other, more important things to concern herself with. There are preparations that needed to be made, Key's wishes to be discovered and carried out. Heaven and earth, she needed solid time to meditate and come to her right mind. But no, of course, the Karras family as a group were in the habit of demanding acknowledgement, always when it was most inconvenient, and the longer they were put off, the more disagreeable they fashioned themselves to be. Thanks for this one, Gran, she spoke to the ceiling, a little uncharitably, as she approached the foyer. Kay was the only person Ellie had ever seen to manage them successfully. Guy washed ashore, right kneecap missing and multiple knife wounds. Rusted knife wounds. I don't stab people with the good knives. I only use the older rusted knives. It's more... Because then if they survive, then they still have to go and get treated for whatever shit they got now from the rusted knives. That's one of the tactics. So I was driving home from the gym, back now, all good. I don't know if you heard anything I said earlier, I'm so sorry. Never let Cryptid get a hold of llamas with hats. Isn't that little animated YouTube thingamajig? Little YouTube series type thing? See you guys next time. Bye, Hugo. Have a good night. Let's see. Her father, Kingsley, and Aunt Emmeline would have to be placated. Her brothers Aaron and Elam wined, dined, and definitely kept from Cord's gun shop in the ranch's prize barn. Losing the family matriarch meant Hollow Point was about to be more populated than it had been in years. Carl! Dialogue and paragraphs was the last thing I heard. Okay, yep. So then you're fine. Then I was just reading. That was it. That was the last critique, and then I was just reading, so you're good. Let's see. Is her father named Kingsley, or is it her father and Kingsley and Aunt Emmeline? Are those 3 separate people or 2 separate people? I'm just curious. Carl, that kills people. Her father's name. Okay. Someone who knows grammar stuff better than me. How do we clarify that? Is that the semicolon? Her father semicolon Kingsley and Aunt Emmeline? How someone who knows grammar better. Look at that line. Now let me know how that should be done. I can. To make it read better, would it be better if I zoomed in? Oops. I think maybe you guys can read it a bit better now. I know the contrast still isn't great. I'll look at that next time. Your father and aunt and brothers are here, Ellie. Jake nodded to her. The horseman led the guests into the sitting room. Do you need anything else? Are you, Mr. Kingsley, Miss M? Mr. Karras and Mrs. Munro, if you please. Kingsley turned to Jake, projecting for all to see that he thought the foreman was hardly worth his notice. And my daughter, Miss Karras. No, Ellie cut her father off before he could continue in his condensation. Oh my god. Hello and welcome on in. I hope you like hanging out with the Cryptid cult. So sleepy? I feel you. I'm getting really sleepy too. Maybe. I think they were here earlier. They were here hanging out with us earlier. No thanks, Jake. Could you do me a favor for Smoke, though? Would you make sure she's near Duke's stall in the barn? It's been a long time since she was around any other Mancora, let alone her grandsire. You're writing right now, it's making you even more sleepy? You talking about being sleepy just made me yawn, now you're making me sleepy. You're making Cryptid sleepy over here, look at this, oh no. Ooh. Oh no. Sure thing, Miss Karras. Jake turned quickly, vanishing through the door. Ellie could tell by his step that he was relieved to get back to his barn. Do you have to be like that all the time? She glared at Kingsley. This is a shock to everyone. They're grieving as much as we are. You're yawning now? I'm pretty sleepy, but I'm determined to watch Raccoon 6 News. I wasn't aware it had even updated. I'm so sorry. So I hadn't even planned to read it tonight. I'm honestly just trying to push through this one without being too sleepy. So if you're just staying around for that, I'll go ahead and spare. I think I might just finish KM's tonight and then I'm gonna go to sleep. But we could start with Raccoon Channel 6 News next time if we want. Now that I know that there's a new segment. I didn't realize before. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it updated. Let's see. Trying to finish this chapter before I sleep. You're gonna end up waking up with like your face against the pages and you're like halfway done. You're like, huh? This is a family matter, Elvina. Aunt Emily narrowed her eyes disapprovingly. It should remain within the family. A lesson that Mother would have been wise to impart to you during your upbringing here, young lady. She taught me what was important to know. Trust me in that, Aunt Emmy. Ellie knew this was a sign of the deplorable treatment that was to be expected in the days to come. That one's a bit long. Kay had shielded her from neglect and indifference all her life. Kay wasn't here anymore, was she? The job fell to her now. I'm sure the guest rooms are ready if you want to rest and prepare for dinner. This one, why is this one off? What, This one feels a little funny to me. Just need 90 points left till you get 29,000 points. You have a storm with rain and thunder playing on YouTube on my TV, and I keep forgetting it's not real. Oh, that would make me extra sleep. Oh, fuck you. This is horrible. Every time you text something in chat, it makes me sleepier. What is this witchcraft? Has the Caligo arrived yet? Cord said Mother Renee should be here soon. That was one thing out of her control, and welcome for all that. The death of a respected elder would be a territory for the head of the local Caligo of Wraiths. Is that the right wording? The death of a respected elder would be a territory for the head of the local Caligo of Wraiths? Would it just be... Would it just be the death of a respected elder would be the territory for the head of the local Calico race. Would that be it? I'm not quite sure. I would double check that one. See, that's what it's like. I'm better at the bigger picture stuff. I can point out when something feels wonky to me, but again, I'm not the best copy editor. I always say check somebody else too. I would always say if I give you a copy edit and then people in chat say the opposite of my copy edit, I would believe chat before you believe me. Mother Renee, besides being the oldest Banshee wraith within a 20-mile radius of the town of Palem, and High Mother of the Calico House, had been a close, trusted friend of Kay Rel for decades. That one's a bit run on. Not to mention kin to Kay's own soul share. Hello, 5 beats. There you go. She'll let us know when it's safe to move Gran's body in the proper time for the release ceremony. There we go. Cord said, and we know better than to go messin' in race business, Pa. Aaron lounged back against the sofa. Tradition says once a soul leaves a body, it's in their hands, not ours. Thought we were done having to kowtow to old crones once Gran moved on. Elam smirked. One of the 3 Karis siblings, Kingsley had molded his firstborn son the most in own image. In his own image? Is that how it should read? You're gonna lock in? Good job, what we believe in you. You got this. These were the 2 brothers with whom Ellie shared blood and nothing else. Seems when one decrepit tree falls, there is always more to take its place. And you just described how a forest stands the test of time, young Mr. Karras. The authoritative voice rang out as a petite, lean, cowled figure walked through the door. High Mother Renee removed her travel shawl, handing it to Ellie with a small, private smile, then rounded on her disrespectful audience. Her pitch-black irises matched the taloned obsidian brooch, keeping her cowl and scapular in place. A white, semi-translucent veil secured with silver covered what Ellie knew to be equally pure white hair. Gran had told her that a banshee rarely reached the age or office of a High Mother with any pigment left in her hair. Assuming, of course, you wish your family to remain prosperous, I suggest you take that lesson to heart. And that is the end of this section. So, ooh, I finished a whole chapter. Wait, I'm missing it. Where was it? Chapter 3 was Vigil, so it goes from 11 to 14. So, okay, it was only 3 pages. But still, I finished a whole chapter. Look at that. I was actually productive. Oh my goodness. Basically, a mother superior nun. Okay. I don't know too much about that one either. I actually understood better when it was just in the fantasy terms than in the nun terms. Oh no, I'm being clipped again. Oh no. Let me see, I have to full screen it so I can actually read what it says. Yawns, there we go. Oh no, you clipped my yawns. That can't be good content. Who wants to see a random VTuber model glitch out while they yawn? So I pointed out a few things, like some just smaller things while we were going. For the 2 bigger critiques, unless anyone in chat also wants to point out anything too, for this section, I feel... I'm always trying to think biggest to smallest. What would be the biggest impacts? What's the broadest stuff that we go on before we go to the narrower stuff? 1, this chapter is just a couple pages. That's why, even though it was the second one, and it's kind of my last one for the night, I was still able to finish it. Even being as distracted as I was, even going back and forth and doing little funny bits with chat, I was still able to finish it. And we got a lot of stuff happening here, and a lot of new characters introduced. Very, very, very quickly for this chapter. I was actually very surprised. It was kind of like bam, bam, bam. So first, we're finally hanging out with Cord in person. We're hearing about Talia and... I forget if I'm supposed to read Dylan or Jake here. Because it switched between the two. We get to meet... not meet, but you know, we finally get to see our character's deceased grandmother, which has been the driving force for the last while, for the last chapter, for this chapter, coming back to be here for her grandmother who has passed away. And it was actually very, very quick. It was just a little scene that we're actually interacting with her. She does have the breakdown, and Cord comforts her, which I think that was a good scene. And then from there, we're instantly out. She's only really hanging out with Grandma for, like, I'll be generous and say half an hour, depending on how long the crying was happening. But it felt pretty quick. I'd say she was there for half an hour. And then the family comes in. The aunt, the father, and her 2 blood brothers. We meet all of them. We have all that. And then as soon as they're in and hanging around and being sassy, then we get introduced to another character, which is the High Mother Renee. So we get a lot of characters here. The scenes themselves are good, but I almost wonder if the pacing should have been a bit slower between each section. Again, I was saying, like, it's like the feeling you're supposed to get cheated out of her time of private grief. I wouldn't say that's the feeling I got. I'm not saying I got that feeling. I'm saying, like, oh, this is supposed to be a chapter, and this is 3 pages. That's the feeling I got. I didn't get the feeling of, like, oh, she got cheated out of her private grief. I got the feeling like, wow, she recovered fast, and then she's out the door, and we're just, bam, the author's introducing a lot of characters. Okay. That's the feeling I got. I didn't get the feeling of, like, oh, it's so sad. She didn't get her time with her grandma who raised her. I got the feeling of, like, oh, wow, damn, this author's putting us through the ringer here. Okay, we're just going on to the next scene. I guess we're done writing this one. We're going to the next one. Okay. So I would say that that's the feeling you were intended to give. That's not quite the one I got. So just not to talk shit or, like, give anything. I'm just explaining that's not, for me as a first-time reader of the scene, that's not the feeling I got. I'm almost wondering, I think I mentioned earlier, I think this whole chapter should be a little bit more full. I think we should stay in some of the moments here longer. I think we even mentioned, right, like, it's such a big moment, her coming back to this place after so many years. It's actually, I think you said it accidentally got cut. Like, oh yeah, like we go from outside and talking to suddenly we're on the 2nd floor outside the door, and I'm like, no, this is so pivotal that she's here. There's so many emotions, there's so much feeling, so much stepping back into this house, and yet the matriarch of the house is gone. It can almost be this big scene of walking in through the door. That could be a few paragraphs here at the start of the chapter when she's finally entering the house again. That would add to the pacing a little bit. That would slow it down. I think we could hang out in the scene with the grandmother's body a little bit more too, a little longer here, of, like, even, like, maybe she's still actively, like, weeping and crying. She has to pull herself together, even though she still wants to cry, even though she still wants to go and be by the bedside of her grandma, and she's still actively weeping, and she's like, nope, it's time to go. Okay, the other family members are here, and that feeling of having to do all of it. We're introduced to 4 family members: her father, the aunt, and her 2 brothers. And we get the vibes of them, like, oh, okay, these aren't good people. But I don't think we actually got any physical descriptions of them. I don't know if her brothers are taller than her. I don't know if they're blonde and smug. I don't know if they're doing anything. Do they look like... I know one's shaped in the dad's image. I don't know if he physically looks like the dad. Does one of them look like their mom, who passed away during Ellie's birth? Is Aunt Emily the aunt from the dad's side, and therefore it's kind of like her dad, but a feminine version? Do they have the same nose? What kind of clothes are they wearing? Are they wearing fancy smancy clothes? Are they wearing suits? Are the brothers coming in wearing like ripped up jeans and a t-shirt to their dead grandma? I'm not quite sure what to envision with them here. So even that, the physical description, how they wouldn't that bog down the scene? I'm not saying put in all those details, but put in a detail or two. Give the reader something here. We're getting introduced to 4 characters, and I don't know how even one of them looks, other than probably the aunt, who I'm like, okay, she's probably a woman. The other guys are males. I otherwise, as a reader, I genuinely have no idea who or what I'm supposed to be visualizing here. There could even just be you normally don't have to give everything. It's not like a paragraph or two where you stop and you explain everything in detail. I wasn't saying you include every single one of those details I mentioned, but like if one of them sparks an interest, if anything seems like a fun thing, like, oh yeah, I do want them to have the same nose, that would be a funny detail. Or oh yeah, I do want one of them to have bleached hair, so he's like this blonde and smug asshole. I should explain that. They are hoity-toity. They should be wearing like whatever is issues of a terminal underwriter. It's so funny. I think, didn't we have something different before? Like in one of your earlier chapters, the horse riding scene, we're like, oh, this seems like too much. We're in this scene too long. And then over here I'm like, oh, this is whole chapter. We're not in any of these scenes enough. I think we could be in these scenes longer. So it's kind of funny that it changed from chapter to chapter. What's an underwriter? So there's underwriters and overwriters. But I like the Mancora. And so an underwriter is someone who very, very like almost more brief, bare bones, will just be laying out the bare stuff to tell the story, and then they gotta go back in and add details, add the structure, add the emotions. But no middle writer. The middle writer is hopefully what happens after you've done your self edits and it's gone through the editor and stuff. Then you end at what is hopefully the perfect and right Goldilocks middle amount of writing. You don't have too much, you don't have too little. You're at just the right perfect amount. But it takes some editing. It takes some stuff. Even oh man, who's one of the raccoon writers here I really, really like and enjoy their work too, right? Bobicus. Bobicus is a very talented writer, no doubt about it. Even Bobicus, as good as they are, remember I still had to tell them like, hey, they sometimes, when they're just doing their dialogue scenes, because they're very good at dialogue, they forget to put in descriptions in between the dialogue. So one of my main critiques whenever I go through their stuff, I'm always pointing out like, hey, you're underwriting these sections, right? You got to go in and add more sensory details, descriptions, scenery, something here to break up just the back and forth dialogue, because they were underwriting. They were only writing the dialogue back and forth. So I'm like, nope, you gotta go in here. Add in some more padding between that stuff, up it up a little bit. So it just happens. Sometimes there's even people who they're a classic underwriter except for like one thing, and then they're an overwriter. Other times they'll be an overwriter for this, and then for like some other thing they'll be an underwriter. So you can be a little bit of a mix depending on the scenes. But like what Cam's even talking about here, right? They liked the Mancora, they liked the horse scene, so they wrote a lot of it. And then some of the critique was like, hey, I feel like this goes on too long. They're saying here that the Karras family sucks, and I'm over here pointing out, hey, I think you underwrote it. I think you need to add more stuff to it. So you can be a mix too, right? And then it's just part of the editing process. You gotta go in and you gotta cut and insert stuff and rearrange things. It's all just part of the process. But yeah, that's the under and over writers. That's kind of the general things. Sometimes for me specifically, I'll sometimes write a lot, but I'm so cut happy. I'm very, very brutal with stuff that I'll cut out. I can be very, very efficient to a fault of looking at my stuff and being like, it doesn't serve the story, it doesn't serve the plot, it doesn't serve whatever, cut it, get rid of it, right? To the point where I can start out as an overwriter, and then by the end some people had to remind me, hey, you cut out too much. It's now wait, no, that sounds bad. No, I don't want that title. That sounds bad. That sounds different. But they had to remind me of stuff like with the little ballerinas story, right? The last ballerina story I shared. That was something I wrote in college. Now I was sharing it with you guys. That was from my creative writing class. The earlier drafts had more descriptions of the scene. And then I'd gone through the self-editing process. I cut out a lot of it because there's also a word limit. There was a word count limit for the class. And then people pointed out, hey, you only have like 2-3 sentences total in the whole book, like describing stuff until you get to the dome, explaining that they're trapped in this dome. Like, you need to... And in my head, I'm like, oh, I didn't realize, because I had originally written the stuff. I had written what the scenery looked like, and then thought it was boring, so I cut it. And then it was too little descriptions for the scenery, so you can go back and forth a bit. But one of the first things I'll always cut is background stuff. That's one of my weaknesses. I'll cut out too much of the background descriptions. 21 left to go. Number go up, Zoe. Number go up. Number keeps going up forever. So that's one of my things. If you guys ever wonder what some of the faults for Cryptid's writing, I don't always put enough background scenery descriptions in my stuff. That's one of my faults. And then I'll be like, oh yeah, people need to know what the background looks like. Oopsie, here we go. So yeah, the broadest one for this one is the pacing. I think we can slow down the pacing. This is a chapter that's only is 2 to 3 pages, right, total, and we have 3 or 4 separate scenes. We're introduced to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus characters. And Cord would be the 8th. He's technically been introduced before, but now we're actually seeing him in person. So he's kind of like a secret 8th character too. There's a lot of stuff happening here, and it's so fast and it's so brief. I would say we could actually slow down a little bit here. We could slow down and get some more details, get some more vibes, breathe in each scene a little bit more. And that will make this a really, really strong chapter with a lot of intense, important stuff happening that keeps the readers engaged and motivated. But that also feels like it's a little bit better time pacing. So that would be my main critique. That would be the first one. I think maybe be a little bit self-indulgent with some of the description, some of the stuff here. Give yourself some room to play around and add those details that you were thinking of here in each of these scenes. And then each of these scenes I think will really, really shine bright. And then what would be my second critique? I think the second critique, is one I already mentioned. I think it would be like, hey, be attention to the rhythm over here of the writing, that whenever there is the dialogue scenes, it is the constant every paragraph for a while is then just the next person speaking. You can change up the rhythm a little bit. We can change it up a bit. We can start with a description. We can start with them pausing for a second and taking a breath, and then they respond, and then there's some more description. Not every single paragraph has to start with the immediate response back and forth. Because if you notice, as soon as you notice it, then you can kind of go through like, okay, then she finished the conversation, we get 3 paragraphs, and then it's right back to that same habit of every line is just the call and response. So I would keep an eye out now that you're seeing it, and it's a little bit more obvious here because there's so many characters. We're interacting with so many characters here. That's why I think it's more obvious here compared to other chapters. Now that we can see that that's a habit, like now that we're aware of it, now we can work with stuff, twist things around in those paragraphs, make it a little bit less obvious, and then you'll be all good. That's just a matter of tweaking things around in some select paragraphs, and you're good. But otherwise, I think those are the two big critiques. I think that'll be it. 21 left to go. Yeah, you're gonna get... Oh wait, model, stop freaking out. You're a script revisionist, I'm gonna assume. Nope. I'm just a little blue little friend over here, blue little writing buddy on your screen, helping you out. I'm a writer too. I like writing stories. I like storytelling as an art. Also, this isn't a script. This is a novel. This is a story. But yeah, we read everything from scripts to outlines for webcomic scripts, comic scripts, movie, TV scripts, novels, rough outlines, drafts, and people submit their stuff. I read a couple pages of it at a time for each submission, and then I give some critique and feedback. People in here in chat can also give critique and feedback. The only thing is we gotta be nice about it. That's all. Hey, no need for apologies. It's a totally fine right thing to misunderstand. I just didn't want to lead you astray thinking I had some fancy title that I really don't. Right? But no, I'm just another person who likes writing and storytelling too. And I wanted to be like, well, you know, if I as a writer who loves writing and storytelling always kind of struggled to find good critique, not just somebody being like, oh yeah, like it's good, it's fine, and I'll be like, okay, but how do I get better? Or somebody being really harsh and judgmental, being like, yeah, why did you write fantasy? Fantasy's lame and bleh. You should have written sci-fi.
What do you think of my brand new OC that I've just created? He was a teenager bitten by a radioactive spider and gained super spider power. I'm thinking of calling him Peter Palmer, and he goes by the superhero name, but it's actually a man but with spider powers.
You like finding massive success with your stories. Oh, that's very kind of you. Are you a storyteller too? Do you like scripts? Do you like comics? Do you like books? Okay, still he's Dan. Listen, baby raccoon's just a baby, okay? He doesn't. It's just a baby. The only fancy title here is the Blueba. That's right, I'm the Blueba. Cryptid's titles are the Bone Eater, Charcoal Eater, Blueba, Gamma, and the Blue One. No, also your favorite local cryptid. I'm Cryptid, your favorite local cryptid. Welcome on over. You don't read books, but I am thinking of writing stuff in the future. I always recommend that whatever type of media you want to make for, you should consume stuff in it. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean like, hey, like, I don't know if you're planning to write books, but if you are, I'd be like, yeah, you should read more books. You should be a little bit more involved in it. You should find books that you like. You should even write, like, take notes of stuff you don't like. But if it isn't necessary for, like, if you're planning to write stuff for movies, then you should consume more movies and you should look at movie scripts. If you're planning to write for comics or manga, you should consume more comics and manga and then look at those scripts. Look at how artists and the writers communicate back and forth for that kind of stuff. If you're interested in web novels, you should read more web novels. That way you can kind of get a flow for what's there. It's an anecdote, but I always write best on weeks I've also been reading often. Characters and plots beyond studios? I don't know. So I don't know which that's a reference to. But very, very cool. I'm glad that you have a certain genre, a certain type of thing that you're aiming towards, that you want to try and do. That sounds really, really fun. Oh, Batman Beyond? Okay. Yeah. Well, if that's the kind of stuff you want to do, then maybe you should be looking more at the comics and animated television show type scripts. That could really help you out with that. But yeah, I always recommend trying to read at least in the format and genres you're trying to do. Obviously, people always recommend like read outside your genre, read other things, gain inspiration from other stuff. But I think at a minimum, trying to consume and understand the media that you're trying to work for, I think is a really good start. But yeah, otherwise, welcome on in. I hope you like hanging out with us here. But yeah, it's not script doctoring. It's just I realized like, oh yeah, I do best when I got workable critique. Critique that's someone taking it seriously, looking at stuff, understanding what they didn't like or what could be improved, and explaining why. And I was like, oh, okay. When you have actionable critique, things pointing out, okay, here's where your dialogue's wrong. Here's how you can make the dialogue better. Here's where your pacing's off. Here's how you can make the pacing better. Stuff like that. That always resulted in me having the biggest growth as a writer, as a storyteller. That was the most actionable advice. That was the stuff that I could apply immediately and understand it and apply for not just that story, but other stories that I was working on. So I was like, well, if I want that kind of critique, and that critique is hard to find. It's hard to find a critique buddy like that. I was like, well, if I want that kind of stuff, I should make a community that does it. I should be willing to, like you know, own up to what I should put out into the universe, what I want from the universe, right? So I'm like, yeah, I'll give that kind of critique here, and I think it's been a really fun little community here. How long would you recommend I write a day? I don't know. I don't know what your schedule is. I don't know what your life is. You could have 20 bajillion jobs and take care of 30 kids. You might not have a lot of time. You might only be able to write for 10 minutes a week. I don't know. You might have all the free time in the world and no responsibilities. Then you could do it as a full-time job. You could clock in and be like, nope, I'm sitting here and I'm writing for 6 hours straight and I'm taking a lunch break and then I'm writing for 4 more hours. I don't know. You write 4 hours a day minimum? Yeah, I think it just depends. Just depend. Only you can answer that. I don't know you. I'm a random blue person that you started talking to a couple minutes ago. I don't know your life. Right? But I definitely felt the most creative and the most consistent, and like I could lock into my creative stuff when I was writing every day. I know writing every day isn't feasible or realistic for everybody, but when I was doing that for the November stream, when I was writing my rough draft live on stream for everyone every single day, oh my god, I felt so productive. I felt so locked in. Even when I never came into the stream knowing what I was going to write next, but I was capable of getting back into the zone because I'd done it for 5 days, 10 days, 20 days, 25 days, right? When you're doing it consistently, it's easier to get back into it, right? It's easier to get back into it. I write every day, whether it's 1 hour or 6. It's about habit. Yeah, when I had the habit, oh my god, it was so much easier. It was so much more worthwhile. It was so much better. I loved it. I really like to get back into that again. It's just now we're getting so behind on the queue again. I was thinking like, oh, I want to get back into writing stuff on stream again. That was so good and productive for me. But now I'm like, oh god, the queue is looming. The queue is getting ever so longer and ominous in the background. So we'll see. I'll have to figure out a better schedule. But yeah, I think it will be fun. Plus, there's that feeling of your brain always being in writing mode. It is good for continuity. Yep. When you have like the same habits that you do the same day, like okay, every day I will turn on Twitch. I will open this Google Doc. I will continue writing from where I left off. It really got my brain back into like, oh yeah, we should be writing. Hope you're having a good evening. I hope you're having a great evening too. But yeah, a lot of questions with writing. It just happens with starting it. Researching how does it work for the genre. Like writing for scripts is very different than writing for a novel, which is very different for writing for television. Sometimes television versus comic strips, right? They're very different. You're going to bed? Thank you so much for submitting. I hope some of this stuff helped you. Let's see. I had to delete yours for the queue. If you would like, I don't know. This is the latest I see in this section, but if you have any more, please feel free to resubmit to the queue. But otherwise, it was a pleasure reading, and I'm hopeful, even if not everything I said was helpful, I hope at least some of it was. Because I think you're a great writer. And sorry if I'm being distracted. I'm trying to find you on my queue. Maybe did I already delete it? Maybe I did. Okay, I guess I did. So I already did that. Phew. Are you in a weird headspace right now? Hey, it's all good. Don't you worry. Have you ever watched The Secret Saturdays? I don't believe so. It doesn't sound familiar, at least. Let's see here. But otherwise, it is almost 2 a.m. in local cryptid time over here. So otherwise, I think I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. I hope you guys have a wonderful night. Thank you guys so much for showing up. Thank you guys for telling me fun little bird facts. Themed towards cryptids. That's super cool. It's Cryptid Witching Hour. Yeah, I said earlier there was no raccoon news. I was gonna finish up KM's story. Then I'm tired. I gotta hit the hay. Thank you for streaming. Thank you guys so much for showing up and hanging out with me and giving feedback, telling fun bird facts. Teaching me stuff the same way that I try my best to teach and explain neat stuff to you guys. Oh, thank you, Superstar. That's very kind of you. Thank you for the bits. But otherwise, thank you guys. I will see you guys next stream, again, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I stream every other night right now. That's the current schedule, especially now that I'm back from World Oddities Expo. That schedule is resuming. So I will see you guys next time. Have a wonderful night. Stay comfy and warm and cozy. And goodbye.